That's what I normally do, but I normally do it from Masters, especially with trust.
Controversial agenda.
Good evening. I'd like to call the May
Recording in
19th.
progress.
Okay, I guess we've got word from the computer. This is the May 19th, 2022 Planning Board meeting. Call it to order. First order of business is our minutes. I'm not sure if we actually have anything to do the minutes.
Not, no, we're
Okay.
trying to kind of.
We have determinations of completeness. We have requests of Elizabeth B. Larson Trust of 2012 as owner for property located at 668 Middle Street, requesting preliminary and final subdivision approval. We need a motion to accept that application as complete.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Request of Four Amigos LLC as owner for property at 1400 Lafayette Road and 951 Hill Road, requesting preliminary and final subdivision approval. Again, we need a motion to accept that application as complete.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries. We have another site plan review. Motion to accept is complete. Request of Elizabeth B. Larson Trust of 2012 as owner for property located at 668 Middle Street, requesting site plan approval. We need a motion to accept that application as complete.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously again. On to public hearings. We have the next two items we can consider together. I will read them, and then if somebody wants to make a motion to join them,
I think we need to make a motion to join them before you read them.
well then, why don't you, would you like to make a motion? to
Sure,
join
I'd
them?
make a motion that we go ahead and hear item 3A and 4A. Yeah, 3A and 4A as one application with two votes.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll consider them separately. The first is request of Donald Lowell Stickney III as owner for property at 213 Jones Avenue, requesting a conditional use permit under section 10.814 of the zoning ordinance, modification standards set forth in 10.81440 or 10.81452 through 10.81456 to construct a new single-family residence and convert the existing residence into a detached accessory dwelling unit totaling 886 square feet of living area. Property is shown on the Assessor's Map 222, Lot 69, and lies within the Single Residence B District. Who's here to speak to this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. John Shagnon from Ambit Engineering. With me tonight is Donald Stickney, as well as Chris Mulligan from Boson and Associates here to represent this project. We're asking for a CUP for a detached accessory dwelling unit and a CUP for wetland buffer impact. Taking you through the plan set, we have a cover sheet showing the location and the project team. The next sheet is the existing conditions plan. The lot is fairly large for the neighborhood. It's a 62,528 square foot lot in an area where one dwelling unit per 15,000 square feet is allowed. The next plan is the detached accessory dwelling unit plan. And I'm going to let Attorney Mulligan speak to that one.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, Chris Mulligan representing the applicant. The request before you for the conditional use permit for the accessory dwelling is for a detached accessory dwelling unit. This one is a little unorthodox in that what we're proposing to do is construct a new freestanding primary dwelling and utilize the existing dwelling on the site, which is very small by conventional standards, as our accessory dwelling unit. In order to take advantage of the existing built environment, which includes this 862 square foot existing dwelling, we're going to need 3 waivers from the dimensional requirements under the conditional use, under the detached accessory dwelling unit ordinance. However, we feel that all of the criteria are satisfied given the waivers. Specifically, Section 814.10 requires that a detached accessory dwelling be on the same lot as the single-family dwelling. That will be satisfied. 814.20 requires the detached accessory dwelling unit to conform to all zoning regulations. That is satisfied. Earlier this week, we were before the Board of Adjustment to obtain variance for a second driveway on the site. We received that relief unanimously from the Board of Adjustment, so we comply with all zoning. Section 81421 requires that the detached ADU comply with lot area setbacks, open space, lot coverage, off-street parking, and building height. We meet all those requirements. Section 8.14.23 requires that it meet the principal building setbacks. This project will respect the required setback in the SRB zone. Section 8.14.31 requires that the residence and the proposed, the primary residence and the ADU be in common ownership. Mr. Stickney will obviously own the entirety. Section 8.14.32 further requires that the applicant owner occupy one of the units. That is the intention here. 8.14.33 requires that the applicant represent that he does not intend to use either the residence or the ADU as for business purposes. That is the case here. 814.34 requires the septic to meet DES standards. Mr. Shagnon can explain, but we do have a state-approved septic plan in place. Section 8.14.51 requires that the minimum lot area for the SRB zone be satisfied. We meet that. Section 8.14.52 requires that the detached ADU be limited to 2 bedrooms, which we meet, and be less than 750 square feet, or less than or equal to 750 square feet. That's one of the waivers we're requesting because we're slightly larger than that. The existing dwelling is 862 square feet. So that's one of the waivers we're requesting. The next waiver we're requesting is from 8.14.531, that the facade area of the detached ADU be less than 40% of the combined facade of both the ADU and the primary residence. We're slightly over that at 42%, so we need a waiver there. 8.14.532, structure height is less than that of the single-family residence. That will be complied with. Section 8.14.533, the 2 structures are intended to be architecturally consistent. You'll see in the packet there are renderings of the elevations for the proposed primary dwelling and the proposed recladding of the facade of the existing dwelling, and they are consistent. Section 8.14.54 requires a separation between the 2 structures of at least 20 feet. We comply with that. Section 8.14.55 requires that the front wall of the detached ADU be set back at least 10 feet farther from the front wall of the existing or of the primary dwelling. We're requesting a waiver from that. Again, the only way we could comply with that would be to move the primary dwelling forward far enough, in which case we would need a front yard setback variance to do so. The other option is, of course, to move the existing structure back. Neither of those is a reasonable alternative, so we're requesting a waiver there. Then finally, no part of the ADU, this is 8.14.56, no part of the ADU is within the front yard setback. So we believe that the criteria are all met and that the findings that you need to make in order to proceed are all satisfied. 8.14.61 requires that the exterior designs be consistent. We believe that they are. 8.14 requires that there be adequate and appropriate space, open space, landscaping, and off-street parking. All of that is met with the plans. And 8.14.63 and 64 require that you find that the ADU will maintain a compatible relationship with the adjacent properties in terms of its location, design, and off-street parking, and will not significantly alter or reduce the privacy of adjacent properties. This structure that will be the detached ADU already exists within the neighborhood, so it meets that requirement. Excessive noise, traffic, or parking congestion, this is 8.14.64. Again, this is already existing, and it's been integrated into this neighborhood since the 1950s, so there will not be any excessive noise, traffic, or parking as a result of this structure being an accessory dwelling as opposed to a single-family dwelling. So that is the presentation for the accessory dwelling unit. We think, again, it meets all the criteria with the waivers that we've requested, which I think are reasonable. There are a number of letters of support in your packet from members of the immediate neighborhood, and it's unanimous and universal support for this project, so we believe the conditional use permit's appropriate.
I have one quick technical question before I open up to the board. You said 862 square feet, and the plans show 886.
I think it's 886? Okay, I think I misspoke, Mr. Chair.
I just want to make sure we have the
886.
correct number.
Yeah, that is
Any
correct.
questions for the applicant?
Hi.
Yes.
I just had a question about, so when you put the new driveway in, does that change where the front yard is located?
No.
Vis-a-vis, the primary residence, where does that new driveway go?
Okay, if we look, oh, actually.
Don't touch the screen.
If we look at C2, yeah, okay. This is the existing dwelling, which will be the detached ADU. The existing driveway is to the west of it, and this will be the new primary dwelling with the driveway out front.
So the answer is yes. It changes what becomes the front of the property, is that correct?
No, well, I guess maybe I don't understand your question. The front yard of the property fronts onto Jones Avenue now, and it will once this is constructed.
Okay.
It'll just have two driveways.
So the primary residence will be even closer to Jones Avenue, is that right?
At its closest point, it will be just over 30 feet from Jones Avenue.
Avenue, okay.
Yeah.
And then I have one other kind of question, comment. Part of this is I can't remember how we measure the living square feet of the detached accessory dwelling unit. But, I mean, I see that it has a little patio. So if it's inclusive of patios and decks and things like that, then one thing you could do, the applicant could do, to become closer toward the 750 square foot maximum is to get rid of that deck or patio?
So the calculation that we use to come up with the floor area is from the tax cards, which is the exterior footprint of the structure itself. It does not include
It's not included.
the patio.
Is that correct, though? I mean, I know that we we looked at this before. I just can't remember if it ended up being inclusive of the outside area or not. Does
It's gross
anybody
floor
know?
area, so that would be building space, not outside deck.
Not the deck, okay,
No, it's gross living area.
okay.
It says gross floor area, I think.
I thought we changed that at one point to make it gross living area because we were
It does
are
say
having an argument, I remember one night, about whether or not storage space,
Yeah.
unheated space. So definitely unheated space does not count. So it has to be actually finished living space.
So.
It
does say living
To
space.
clarify.
Thank you.
The hatched rectangle, which is the building that people live in, is 886 square feet to those outside walls.
Why we need it
Yeah.
unheated.
That's correct. Yep.
So it couldn't count.
Yeah, that's correct.
Any other questions? Andrew?
Having lived around the corner and walking and biking through this area during high water events, whether it be snow melt or spring rain, I know that this portion of this land is lower and does collect quite a bit of water. So my question is towards the new elevation of the new building and then additional runoff that may be created from that. It usually seems to pool up on the aerial left-hand side, but from the street front, the right-hand side of the property. And so, is that something that you guys looked at, and is that a concern of any neighboring properties because of the flow patterns here?
I'm going to have to turn that over to Mr. Shagnon.
I can repeat that if you need.
John Shagnon again. Are we going to also talk about the wetland conditional use permit at this time? So appropriate, I'll make my presentation, which will deal with the whole issue of drainage, if that's appropriate.
No, they combined it, I thought.
But then they did combine.
It's okay.
You can say some of it now to save later. I mean,
Okay, so you're just talking about the ADU at this time?
we're just talking about the ADU, which
Okay.
we're supposed to vote on
So
first.
Apologies.
the short answer, okay, is that, yes, the drainage has been looked at and taken into account. There's a culvert under Jones Avenue, and so we've designed this to not, to deliver the same flow to that culvert, so there won't be any impact on the drainage.
And actually, John, to clarify, you can talk about both, we just vote on them separately.
Correct.
So if you want to explain more, you can.
Yeah, I do have a presentation about the wetland ADU, and I'll go through that whenever you want.
Great.
First, any other board questions on the ADU? Why don't you launch into the wetland?
The wetland CUP, sorry. Yes, so the next sheet, which you do have up now, is the CUP wetland site plan, and the project is going to have an impact in the buffer of 1,776 square feet. We're introducing a new state-of-the-art septic system, which has been approved by the state, and eliminating a system that is probably located back here. It's not state-approved, so that's an improvement to the environment. The landowner has planted some significant amount of trees already in the buffer area, and in this plan, we're adding some more buffer plantings to the buffer area. Just to be clear, the wetland comes across the back and then has a finger that comes up into the lot, so that the buffer line is kind of an oddly shaped. It's not square across the back of the lot, but the wetlands are in the back of the property. The project, as mentioned by Member Simonis, the drainage flows from the back to the front to a 15-inch culvert that goes under Jones Avenue. And in order to not send more water to that culvert, to maintain the flow to that culvert, we need to do something to retain or slow down the flow of water. The buffer being in the back means that we really can't place the house in the back of the lot. So we had to place the house here. The house, for example, there is an area here outside of the buffer, but that would be very far from the detached accessory dwelling unit. And the idea of the ordinance is to put the primary structure forward of the detached accessory dwelling unit. So it kind of forces to put the location of the house where you see it on the plan. In order to slow down the flow of the drainage, we're proposing to construct a berm across the back portion of the lot. That berm intercepts an elevation and holds back water that is coming down towards the front of the lot, and that holding back of the water reduces the peak flow to the street and maintains the suitability of that 15-inch culvert. So as far as meeting the criteria for a wetland conditional use permit, we have to show that the land is reasonably suited to the use and activity. It's a residential structure and a residential ADU in a residential zone. That there's no alternative location outside the buffer that's feasible for the proposed use or activity. Given that we're putting the new structure in the front of the lot and we have to retain some water, we need to work in that buffer in the back in order to accomplish the stormwater goals. That there be no adverse impact on the wetlands function or values of the site. The berm is entirely in the buffer. There is no direct wetland impact, and we submit that there's no adverse impact to the functions and values by placing the berm in the buffer and slowing down the water. Next is that the alteration of the natural vegetative state will only occur to the extent necessary. We need to place the berm from one elevation across the lot to another elevation, and that's the minimum length that we can adequately detain the runoff and slow the flow to the culvert. It just so happens that the buffer impact is in this corner where the finger of wetland that protrudes creates a larger 100-foot setback bulb. So we're only building a berm. The berm is the minimum necessary. We have to show that the proposal is the least impacting alternative. We met with the Conservation Commission. We had an alternative design in the beginning that had more buffer impact, that was more of a detention pond structured surface, and we worked with the commission to redesign to the design you have before you tonight, and the commission voted to recommend approval of the wetland conditional use permit. And the last is that the area within the vegetated strip will be returned to a natural state to the extent feasible. So this berm is basically a planted berm, so there's nothing artificial. It is sort of going back to a natural state. The next sheet is a grading plan that shows some details about that grading that I mentioned, and then after that, the next sheet is the state-approved septic system with the usual detail sheets to follow, and that's, if you have any questions, that's all I have to present about the wetland conditional use permit.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Corey.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a couple of things out in the back, at least on the existing conditions plan. There's a chicken coop, gravel walk, garden, all within the wetland buffer, as shown on that plan. Are those proposed? Are they there? Are they not there? Are they proposed to be moved or anything?
Those are there, and they're not proposed to be moved at this time.
Okay. All right. Because part of the chicken coop, at least one corner, looks like it's actually in the wetland at this point in time. I think that's all I have regarding that.
Okay. Jane?
Thank you. I just wondered about the very large septic system leach field area that's shown on the maps, because your note says that you're going to, remove the existing dry well and the septic system. Will you be, that looks enormous to me, like, will you be putting something special back in there that will help with all this flow of water around the edges of the property? Do you fill it with gravel? What do you do?
So the septic that exists now is most likely undersized and closer to the water table than currently allowed. The size of the system is based on the percolation rate of the soil and the height above water table that is required for the system. So I don't know about the rest of your question, but the driveway and the house grading are detailed on the grading sheet. There'll be a culvert under the driveway, so the water will still be able to move around the new house from the old house and from the back, and there'll be a swale on the left side as you face it, so that water can all go to the culvert under Jones Avenue. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and so are you saying that that septic system area will be even larger?
Larger than,
And what
it's
shows-
designed to comply with the DES rules about what size is required in the particular case based on the flow to it and the soil type that is receiving the effluent.
But like what shows on the CUP wetlands site plan, which is C3, that is the current or the proposed septic system?
That's the proposed.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, we don't know exactly where the current is in its
Okay.
entirety.
Thank you. Jim?
I was wondering on the second driveway, did that comply with Portsmouth's driveway policy for sight line distance?
So that driveway application was submitted and it's awaiting the zoning board approval of a second driveway. But there will be 200 feet of site distance. Currently, there's a fence. If you've driven to the site, you'll notice a fence. That fence needs to be moved back to provide for site distance and will be, and it's shown on the plan as having been being moved back. But you can see across the lawn, across the locust lot, 200 feet,
Okay.
looking left.
For some reason, I thought you'd already received the variance for the second drive.
Yes, that was the Tuesday.
Oh, you did receive it?
Yes, that was
Okay.
granted on Tuesday for the second drive.
And,
Yeah.
okay, I misunderstood. So you do have 200 feet in both directions?
Yes, but that approval was by the zoning board
Right.
to have a second drive. We still need a driveway permit from the Public Works Department,
Oh, okay. All
and they
right,
were
that-
waiting for the variance approval.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Any other questions for the applicant? No other questions to the applicant? Open the public hearing. Anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? I guess we have one person here. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening. My name is Bob McDonald, and I own the property at 246 Jones Ave, across the street from the applicant. And I just wanted to come in support of the application. Donald keeps a nice property, and I think it's a good use of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to, for, or against the application? No, still nobody on Zoom? Second round speakers, third round speakers. I'm going to close the public hearing. First, we have the conditional use permit. Board's discussion
You're talking
on the
about for
ADU.
I was going to say,
Sorry. On the ADU, and it is gross floor area, by the way, I checked.
you want to start
Go
with
ahead.
the waiver, or do you want to start with modification?
Well, I think if the board is inclined to grant it, we first have to make findings consistent with, I think, the staff report.
Okay, so you want to start with 3.
Yes.
I make a motion that we vote to find the application satisfies the criteria set forth in section 10.107.50 of the zoning ordinance.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have more discussion on the other points.
So this is on the wetlands aspect of the application?
No,
I think you.
no, I read number
thought what
3.
you cited was.
No, I did not say wetland conditional use permit. I cited the detached ADUs
Okay,
statute.
right, my bad. Conditional,
Really
this is on the
didn't
accessory dwelling unit. So, we have a motion, we have a second, no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now,
I'd make a motion that we vote to grant a modification to the requirements set forth in section 10.815.30.
I'll second that.
And if I'm right, that's the one on the size?
The multiple modifications they requested.
Okay, so it's all of them.
Several,
All
all the
those three.
modifications, all three.
all three.
So yeah, now I'm confused. Maybe I should have done 2 first. Never mind. I'm a little confused in my order tonight. I actually went out to the tax card, and technically the gross floor area, it's a 36 by 24 building based off the tax card, so that comes out to 864 square feet. So I think that's the actual square footage. I just wanted to make that clear for the record. This is a unique property because of all the wetlands on it, so I feel like it has a very unique situation where they can't, based off of the setbacks and based off of all of the VAR zoning in order to be compliant. In the end, it looks a little bit more like 2 lots versus 1 lot based off of them being equally sided, so it's not perfect to our detached ADU, wanting one to be subservient to the other. And especially with the 2 driveways, it definitely looks like 2 separate structures and 2 separate ones. I think that makes it unique based off of the fact that there's a curve in the road, so it almost also would be difficult for them unless you made the existing house bigger and then built a smaller ADU in the other one. That would be really the only way to kind of get and meet all of the zoning. So I feel that there are some very unique circumstances for this specific pie-shaped piece of property that I would allow modifications. But that's just me.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments or? Are we ready for a? Okay, we have a motion and a second, I believe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Still have to do the requirements set forth. 814. I'm so confused. I vote to find that the application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.814.60 of the zoning ordinance and grant the conditional use.
We have a
Second.
Excuse me.
Any discussion on the motion?
I've said what I'm going to say.
Thought you said it well. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And then we need a vote to grant the wetland conditional use permit as presented.
Second.
Any other discussion? Yes.
Just real quick, there are some existing things out there in, really close to the wetland that, would be good to probably bring those back. However, one thing that is good about how they're finishing the site is the berm is going to be a great, basically, definer as to where that wetland buffer is. So, as far as future creep into the wetlands, it should be mitigated to some extent by having that berm right there, so,
And the new septic system will be a great enhancement for the groundwater as well.
agreed.
Any other discussions before we take a vote? Ready? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We have a public hearing requested 2422 Lafayette Road Associates as owner, Waterstone Properties Group Incorporated as applicant, for property located at 2454 Lafayette Road, Unit 9, requesting an amended site plan review approval for the alteration of the commercial pad and sidewalk, rerouting existing sewer line, relocation of bicycle racks, and expansion of Unit 9 from the existing footprint of 1833 square feet to 3650 square feet, and to then divide the space into 2 units equaling 1,155 square feet and 2,400 square feet. Property shown on Assessor's Map 273, Lot 3, and lies within the Gateway Corridor G1 District. Lot 22-46. Who's here to speak for this application?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Neil Hansen. I'm with Ty and Bond. We're the civil engineer for the project. Also here tonight is Scott Haley from Waterstone Group, with a applicant and owner of the site. If you could go to the next sheet, please. So this is the overall plan of the site. I'm assuming most of you or all of you are very familiar with the site by now. We've been in here quite a few times over the years for various site plan approvals, site plan amendments. So we got, Route 1, Lafayette Road, over to the right of the plan. Water Country is up here at the top. McKinnon's, Pins. So the building we're going to be talking about tonight is up here along the Water Country property line, and specifically we're going to be looking to amend the end of this building, which is the current location of the diner. You go to that sheet, please. So this is just the up close, zoomed in portion of the site that we're going to be looking to amend. Go to the next sheet. And then again, this is the overall proposed site plan, and then up here is where we're going to be looking to amend the end of that building to remove the diner space and replace it with 2 retail units. Go to the next sheet. Again, this is the limit of the site work. So along with the reconfiguration of the end of this building, there are some existing bike racks that we're going to be, they're kind of near the front entrance of the diner, and we're going to be relocating them to here, along with sort of realigning the curb around the side of this building. Go to the next sheet. As far as drainage and utilities go, there's not a whole lot of work involved here. The biggest piece is the relocation of the sewer around the corner of the new building. Currently, the sewer goes from this, where we're putting this new manhole here, and runs at a diagonal. So we need to reroute it around the proposed building. The existing water service for the building comes in down at this corner, so we don't need any modifications to that. And then as far as drainage goes, we're adding 1 new roof drain connection and tying it into this existing drain line that runs down the back of the site. So that's really the extent of the site plan amendment. We did have 3 stipulations from TAC, one of them being replacing existing sewer manhole 2494, which on this plan is this structure right here. So we have done that. We have also expanded the view to show where the water ties into the building. Those were cut off of the package that went to TAC. They had asked us just to make sure those were visible on the plan. And then the third was a request to prepare a trip generation memo for the change in use on the site. So we did that and submitted it with the package. So for the weekday AM peak hour, it produced 9 fewer trips. The weekday PM peak hour was an increase of 7, and the Saturday peak hour, we had an increase of 4. So it was a very minimal change to the traffic use for this proposed amended plan. The last thing I just would like to touch on before answering any questions you might have is we're reading through the proposed stipulations in the staff memo, and there's just a few that didn't seem to apply to this particular amended site plan. The portions of 1.1 that relate to off-site easements and proposed easements or private easements being recorded, we're not proposing any new easements as part of this. So the piece of 1.1 recording the site plan, obviously we agree that's a requirement of the city. Similarly, 1.2 and 1.6 are also related to recording of easements, of which we are not proposing any new easements. And then under conditions subsequent, 1.4 about the engineer of records submitting a written report certifying stormwater infrastructure was constructed to the approved plans. As far as new stormwater infrastructure for this, we are only proposing the addition of a roof drain connection. So I'm not sure that necessarily rises to the level of needing an engineer certification, but obviously it's up to you folks if that will remain a condition. And then again, 1.5 about reporting of inspection and maintenance. So we're not proposing to amend any of the stormwater treatment infrastructure on the site. There is a current inspection and maintenance plan for the site as part of a prior approval, which has a reporting component. So I don't know if necessarily this stipulation needs to be reiterated, but of course, if it is, the site should already be complying with that. So just wanted to raise those comments about those and take any other questions.
Well, I've got one quick one on the easements. You're rerouting the sewer line. Won't that require a different easement route?
It will not. There's no existing easement for the sewer because it's on private property and it's
City
privately
doesn't have
maintained.
any rights to that?
City has no rights to it, no.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Yes.
I just want to clarify that what's happening here is you're replacing paved surface with a built surface. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so impervious stays all the same, there's no...
There's a slight increase to impervious, but it didn't have any impact on the off-site flow or the sizing of the existing treatment practices on the site. This portion of the site, the treatment is a quite large underground infiltration system, which is, I believe they're 5-foot diameter pipes, and it's very massive. So it can handle the minimal increase.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other, Judge Jane?
I just wanted, you give us the trip generation, but in addition to number of trips, there's also the increased parking demand. And I know there's a vast sea of parking there, but I actually use one of the retail places there a lot, and I see the parking around noon, early afternoon. It's already difficult to find a free parking spot to go to one of the places that are along that same side where you're going to be building. So I just wanted to ask you about parking demand analysis and also increase in pedestrians. And then finally, there's that weird little, as you come out past what's now the diner, there's a bottleneck there as people are turning into all that retail shopping that you're going to expand. And they're trying to turn out to come to a stop to get back out on Route 1. I don't know if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
So how do you prevent that from becoming even more of a bottleneck?
Well, we're not modifying that intersection at all, and the level of change in trips for the change in use is very minimal, so that condition is not going to change significantly or at all with this project.
So you're saying 24 trips is minimal?
Yes. Well, it's 20. It's 24 total, but that's an increase of 4 over what's existing. So right now the diner generates, if I'm assuming you're looking at the Saturday peak hour, the diner generates 20 vehicle trips. The proposed retail use would generate 24, so it's 4 additional trips.
But hasn't the diner been closed for a really long time? Does anybody
But
go to the diner?
the trip generation is assuming it is not closed.
So this is all theoretical trips if the diner was doing some kind of level of business versus whatever these unknown retail stores are going to do for a level of business?
So the trip generation is based off the ITE
Yeah.
manual, and so it's based on square footage and by use. So we just take the square footage of restaurant use and replace it with a square footage of retail use, and it tells you what the assumed trips for each of those uses are based on the square footage.
Can I add something here? I think that the traffic impact analysis, when the diner was cited, would have contemplated the impacts of the diner, whether opened or closed, and that what the impacts would have been to the roads, signalization, turning motions, all of that. So when that was cited, all that was considered. When it closed, those conditions still exist, whether it's open or closed. So it's not that there's a change, it's just that it's sized for that existing use, whether it's open. If all that closed, we wouldn't shut down a lane. It would all still be sized for
Okay,
maximum.
thank you. That makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. And to answer your other question about parking, the retail uses have a lower parking demand than a restaurant use, so the parking demand actually decreases even though we have an increase in square footage, there's a slight decrease in parking demand.
Well, I understand that theoretically, but
That's how parking is calculated per city ordinance and through, if you do an IT parking demand analysis, which we have done for this site previously.
Any other questions of the applicant? Yes, Corey.
Real quick, thank you, Neil. One quick question. The alteration of terrain permit, I assume that was for the whole site. And I'm kind of going broad brush because obviously this is not alteration of terrain size stuff. But just curiously, has that permit been completely closed out for the site?
Yes,
Or is
it has.
Oh, okay, it has.
Yep.
So the timeline has lapsed. Okay, that was just my question. I just was curious if it was still open and if this was going to have to.
It's not.
Okay.
And then my last question, sorry, because it was about pedestrians. So I don't see a pedestrian analysis, but I'm sure you're going to tell me that it's not going to result in that many more pedestrians. There'll be probably 12 to 24 pedestrians making these trips. But there's no sidewalks for pedestrians they can walk down that retail, but they can't walk. How do they make it across the sea of parking lots to Chipotle or to the grocery store? There's a lot of there's increased cross pedestrian traffic.
Am I going back 2 sheets to C102?
I know.
Yeah, this one.
Stores.
So the site, as previously approved and built, has 2 main pedestrian crossings right through the middle of the site. And then when the Chipotle pad was added, there's pedestrian connections, again, coming all the way through the site and sidewalks connecting all of it. So this was designed under the old, I believe it was the old Gateway Ordinance, which had a whole pedestrian walkability component to it. And that's how this whole current layout of the plaza was designed under that, with pedestrian orientation in mind.
Do these demands for parking take into account some of the changes with the new theater, with Cinemagic going away and in the new apartments?
Yeah, so we had to amend, we have a CUP for the site for calculating parking demand using the IT parking demand calculation. And that was revised and reapproved as part of that conversion of the cinema to the condo, part of that approval.
Because I can't remember, and I have seen this property so many times, did we on any of the previous ones have stormwater inspection and maintenance stuff that's being done regularly?
So that there would have been one for the Viridian in 2016. That was covered under an alteration terrain permit, so that would have had an inspection and maintenance report and reporting component to it.
To the city?
Yeah.
Is that continuing to be done or no?
It should be, but it's beyond the ownership to be doing that.
No, I'm only asking because I'm trying to think of maybe some of these things are actually applicable based off of its continuing from all its previous approvals.
Right.
That's all.
I didn't quite catch what you said about what it should be, but what? The stormwater maintenance should be continuing, but I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Oh, I was just saying, it's on the ownership to be doing those inspections and reporting, so I don't know if that has been occurring.
Okay. Any other questions? Guess we'll open the public hearing. Open the public hearing on this application. Anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application? Is anybody on Zoom? Any second round speakers, third round speakers? Nobody here, nobody on Zoom still. Close the public hearing. What's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to grant amended site plan approval with the following stipulations: 1.1 through 1.6. However, I propose to, so like 1.1, after it says the site plan, comma, I'd propose putting in any new off-site easements, along with further down. So basically, we'd read the site plan, any new off-site easements to the benefit of the development, and any other new private easements shall be recorded at the Registry of Deeds by the city or as determined appropriate by the planning department. And I'll continue going because I guess I'm just thinking of including that just in case there's, for whatever reason. So then in 1.2, it would read a general description of any new easement plans or deeds for which the city is a grantor or grantee shall be submitted to the city with the following information for review and approval by the city council, the following 2 bullets. And then skipping down to one
If I could interrupt you just briefly, that we are recommending that that item be removed. We had taken some direction from our legal department about that. They reconvened and actually said that they want the full easement precedent to the building permit. So wherever that is present, I'm asking that we strike that. That is the change that they directed towards, the legal department gave me that direction after the packet had gone out, that they had reconvened and decided that that's not the direction they want to go. So I apologize for that. It was a little after the fact, but I told them that I would correct that. So I would recommend just striking 2 altogether and that we just capture.
1.2.
I mean,
Okay.
1.2. So we don't want that. We want the full easements precedent to the building permit. We want them recorded, and that's what that's my understanding. And that would require 1.6 also be struck. So my apologies for that. We will get that corrected. And part of the reason for that was that in the past, there's been some times they've changed and they've had to come back as they go through the building process. But then they did a review and to see how many times that happened, and what they ended up saying was that they think the better policy would be just to get it all preceding to the building permit. So,
Okay. So get rid of 1.2 and 1.6. The only other changes I'm proposing would be 1.4 to be written as the engineer of record shall submit a written narrative with photographs and engineer stamp certifying that the stormwater infrastructure was not altered from previously approved plans. And that's my only other modification, so.
And do we have a second for that?
Second.
I just want to clarify, 1.1 is still a requirement? Okay, even though the applicant said that he didn't feel that way?
Well, Corey, any new?
It says the site plan. We definitely need amended site plan to get recorded.
Okay. Sorry.
So the site plan gets recorded. If it has any new easements, those get shown on it. If it doesn't, they don't get shown on it. Did you have, Corey, you explained your motion pretty well. Did you want to say anything else about it?
The only other thing I was going to say is, I remember when that diner was built, about 10 years ago, I think, give or take. So it'd be good to see the site, you know, once the residents are built and this is built. I mean, it just feels like this site's been kind of an ongoing project after project after project. So it'd be nice to see when it's completed and the dust settles for at least a little while. So anyways.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have another 2 items that may be considered together, if somebody would be so inclined.
Yes, I'd make a motion that we hear under item 4, public hearings, new business, items C and D. We will have them discussed together and voted on separately.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So we will now consider the request of Elizabeth B. Larson Trust of 2012 as owner for property located at 668 Middle Street, requesting preliminary and final subdivision approval to subdivide one existing lot with 81,046 square feet of lot area and 69.83 feet of street frontage into 3 lots. Proposed Lot 1 with 18,646 square feet of lot area with no street frontage. Lot 2 with 18,756 square feet of lot area and no street frontage. Proposed Lot 3 with 43,644 square feet of lot area and 69.83 feet of street frontage. Existing buildings will remain and be proposed on Lot 3. Said property shown on Assessor's Map 147, Lot 18, and lies within the General Residence A District. The second part of this application, same owner requesting site plan approval for construction of two-unit structures and improvements to the existing structures to create a total of 8 units on 3 lots with the associated utilities, connections, and site improvements. Again, it's on Assessor's Map 147, Lot 18, in the Historic and General Residence A Districts. Who is here to speak to this application?
Good evening, Mike Garrity with Garrity Planning Consultants, and I'm here representing the applicant and owner. Thanks for your time tonight, and thanks for combining the two applications together. That'll help hopefully speed things up. If you would like to go to the C1 sheet, the first plan sheet, existing conditions, just give you a brief overview of the site itself. It's rather unique. It's about a 2-acre site on Middle Street. It's 668 Middle Street. It is bifurcated in part by the Historic District along the frontage along Middle. We're not proposing to do anything with the existing structure on Middle, which houses a 3-unit apartment building. Beyond the Historic District in the General Residence Zone is a single-family dwelling that's also on the subject parcel. It's a conversion of an old carriage house, a single-family home with a 2-car garage attached, which has access via a shared driveway with the 3-unit building off of Middle, but also has access off of Chevrolet Ave to the rear of the property. So our proposal is such that we are looking to do a 3-lot subdivision and creating 2 new lots that would be sized appropriately to house duplexes on the 2 new lots, and the remaining 1-acre parcel would house the existing dwellings and existing structures that are there today. If you would go to the A1 and really the A2 sheet, I wanted to talk about a couple of things with respect to this plan. The A2 sheet is the easement plan sheet, and there's quite a bit going on here. I just wanted to quickly outline sort of what's happening here. If you notice on the plan, the existing Chevrolet Avenue, which is a private way currently maintained by the city, is partially located on the subject property and the adjacent property owned by the Whalens. This easement plan, proposes to provide easements for the city, both on our subject parcel and on the Whalens parcel, which we do have agreements with the Whalens to provide those to the city for both the right-of-way itself, utilities, and for any drainage that might be required, any utilities in the street that exist there today. So hopefully what that does is it cleans up an existing condition where there are currently no easements in place for the actual roadway itself. Other than that, we do have a shared easement proposed for a shared driveway for the 2 duplex lots. Both lots are about a half an acre in size each. They're 0.43 acres in size. And I did want to say that as a component of the subdivision and site plan applications themselves, that we originally had proposed a much denser application that was not well received by the neighbors. We spent quite a bit of time. We pulled back that application from the zoning board, and we spent quite a bit of time with the neighbors, several neighbors that sort of formed a group of concerned residents and worked with them very diligently. And I think you'll note tonight that there may not be anybody here because I think we've worked together to create something that we can all agree on. So that's the subdivision itself, is really just creating the 3 lots out of the 1. The existing single-family residence will still enjoy access off of both Chevrolet and Middle, as it does today. So there's no real change there. We did have a variance, or I think we had 2 or 3 variances granted in July of 2021 for frontage. The existing lot only enjoys about 70 feet of frontage on Middle, where 100 feet is required per the zoning, and we received variances to allow for frontage to be created or frontage to be provided off of a private way for those 2 lots along Chevrolet. And then subsequent to the subdivision application, if we want to jump into the site plan, that's on sheet C2. of the plan set. It's sheet 5 of 14. And that just will show you the configuration of the proposed duplex dwellings. We do have an architectural packet, plan set along with your packet as well, if you'd like to look at those. Each of the duplexes is approximately 2,700 square feet of living space per unit. We're proposing, again, a shared driveway off of Chevrolet to reduce curb cuts along the roadway, and that would provide access for both duplex structures. Drainage is fairly simplified, if you will. We do, on sheet C3, which is sheet 6, we show where our drainage is being collected to a small rain garden on one of the lots, the sort of the northeasterly lot, and then there is a tie into the drainage system in Chevrolet as an overflow. And as you are probably all aware, this has gone through several iterations of TAC. So we've gone through the TAC process for both the subdivision application itself and then through subsequent hearings and meetings with the folks at TAC. We went through the whole site plan as well. So keep it short for you folks and be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Jane, go ahead. And then
Thank you. The shared driveway for those new duplexes as it goes out onto Chevrolet Avenue, can you just point out where the exit is from the malt mill exchange? Because that's right across.
Yes, if I can work this will be amazing. I've been wanting to play with this thing for a while. So there's the exit to the Malt House Exchange right there.
It's further down from where this driveway comes
Correct,
out?
yeah, the
Okay.
driveway is going to, proposed driveway will be here, in this location here. This is awesome, I need one of these. And that's the other curb cut for the existing Malt House Exchange.
And on C2, when you say that this driveway is going to be relocated to eliminate encroachment,
Yes, so, and it's only a small portion of the driveway, we're going to actually modify that note, just so it's a little clearer on the final plan. There's where the driveway comes out onto Chevrolet, which is actually part of the Whalen's property, it slightly encroaches upon the Whalen's property. So just in order to clean up any potential issues, we're just going to make a slight adjustment as the existing driveway enters onto the roadway. Very minor shift.
so those buildings, so down that side of the property, they would also be entering from Chevrolet Avenue, or would they be entering from Middle Street?
When you say they, you mean the
People who live
single-family
there.
home? So the single-family home currently has access from Middle Street, and they have some parking right out in front of the, I'm going to do this again. They have parking right out in front of the carriage house, what we call the carriage house, a single-family home. There's 3 or 4 parking spaces here in front, but they also have their driveway off of Chevrolet that they use to come into their, that's the only access they have to their garage. They have a 2-car garage that is accessed from Chevrolet itself.
Okay, and then my last question is, it's more of an appeal. So when I looked at this property over the 6-foot stockade fence, I saw beautiful mature pine trees, just a couple of them. Are those going to be eliminated in building the duplexes, or can you work around those somehow?
Well, I'm not sure where the pines are you're referring to. I know that there are several larger trees there that are most, there's one pine tree, and I'm not sure if you're referring to the one that's right in the middle. I'm going to use this all the time. Right in the middle of the existing driveway is a pine.
Mm-hmm.
It's an evergreen there. We tend to keep that. More than likely, anything that's existing on those 2 proposed lots to be constructed will probably have to be removed and then revegetated with the landscaping that we're proposing.
I just hope you can please put in big trees to keep Portsmouth residentially shady and lovely and good quality living down there. And then I would just really like to thank you for the process that involved the neighbors. I applaud that.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Councilman Moreau.
You're no longer condoizing this, right? Because I know at one point that was the case.
It's not proposed under this
Okay.
plan to
You're just doing the straight subdivision, so 2 duplexes will be on one lot, 2 on the other, and then the main house and the
Correct.
carriage house on the other.
Although we are proposing on the plan itself, on the site plan itself, we are creating 2 condominium units, so there'll be a condominium A and B of
Okay.
the existing dwellings, or existing structures on the site, I should say.
Okay, so for those, you're going to create a condo of just like the main lot, and then are you doing it for each of the duplexes, or are those going to be standard?
They're just, at this point, they're not proposed to be condos.
Okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, Mr. Gerpe, could you explain the variances you received, particularly 1 and 3? I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what those mean.
Well, let me just quickly look at 1 and 3, because I think we did, were 3. I only recalled 2, but I guess there must have been a third one. I think 2 and 3 were, actually, excuse me, 1 and 3 are kind of together. We asked for the variance for number 2 under the abundance of caution. We didn't actually feel we needed it because it's an existing condition, it's vested. But we did receive that variance as well. The ordinance, my understanding of the ordinance is that, and I have Kevin Baum here, Attorney Baum is here, in case he can help me if I need to be bailed out of this legal question, is the ordinance requires that frontage be on a city street. And Chevrolet is, at this point in time, not technically a city street. So we did get a variance to allow the creation of frontage or the utilization of frontage on a private way.
So technically, you're not allowed to subdivide land on a private way? Is that the issue?
All right, that's our technical understanding of the Portsmouth ordinance, correct?
Okay.
Yep.
And then number 3 is confusing also because it says you need a variance to build a structure with access to a private way.
Correct. So 2 different things. So one is to create the lot itself, and the other is to build a structure on that lot with access to that private way.
All right, that's, I'll have to look at that zoning ordinance, because to me, it seems unusual that if you have a private way, you're not allowed to build a structure on it.
It did seem a little antiquated, perhaps, but
Okay, that's not your problem, my problem. It's just interesting.
Any other question, Andrew?
It may seem trivial, but just thinking about the function and livability of these units, the proposed mailbox is on Chevrolet Ave, and thinking about snow buildup, plowing, as well as gathering your mail.
Sure.
Do we think that that may cause a congestion of traffic? And it's a little, people are going both ways on Chevrolet as well as people coming in and out of these condos. So it may just be something to think ahead about and where that could be located.
we would have preferred them to actually be on each unit, but we know that, I guess that is something that the postal department is sort of getting away from. So kiosks are sort of the new norm. This location was actually, when we were working with DPW, this is where they suggested we put it. We'd be, I guess, happy to move it to somewhere else if it were more appropriate.
I'm not DPW, so.
When Dave DeFossis tells me to do something, I usually do it.
Yeah, it's wise.
We all do.
Yeah. See? So, but if that's a field change that Dave might recommend that we put it somewhere else, we'd be happy to put it somewhere else more
Just put
appropriate.
little reflectors on that, just so people see it.
Yeah, and we don't have a detail, I don't believe, for the kiosk. We may have one in here, but we'll light it up with like flashing.
You're going to have to stand there with that remote.
Keep pressing the button.
Just continue to press that.
Any other questions? Corey?
So building on Mr. Simonis' discussion about the mailbox, how do you propose deliveries are going to be made? Are the trucks going to use the kiosk, or are they going to come down the driveway to each unit? And then I'm just curious about the turning. Are they going to back down? So
When you say you mean deliveries to each of these units, let's say if it's an Amazon delivery
Yeah,
or something like
exactly.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think logically they would pull into the drive and they would pull into each, whatever driveway they were delivering to and then back out and then make that turn, head back out onto Chevrolet from there.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. All right, that makes sense. And then I guess my other, just for my own knowledge, I'm assuming you propose 2 lots to get the varying setbacks and frontage and that sort of thing versus just 1 lot? I'm just curious why you have 2 lots, but that's just my own question.
Well, in order to put the 4 dwellings on, you need lots. You need fee simple lots.
Okay,
in
yeah,
order to
yeah,
Put
yeah.
the duplexes on them.
Right, okay.
Without a further variance.
Because of the zoning
Yep.
in that district. Okay,
Yep.
gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Jane?
And then, Mr. Chairman, I just had a question of the planning department regarding our notes. The recommendations include, I just want to make sure I understand that condition 1.1 that has to do with milling and overlay of the road, sidewalk, et cetera, who bears the burden of the cost of that? Is that the builder to do? Because it's a condition of this approval?
It
Just
is.
wanted-
It's a condition that our DPW department requested be included in the
Great.
stipulations.
Great.
Any other questions of the applicant? Yeah, I'll open up the public hearing, see if your prediction was correct. Is there anybody here who wish to speak to, for, or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? Second, third round speakers, last chance. Nobody here, nobody wishes to speak. Close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to grant preliminary and final subdivision approval with the following stipulations 1.1 through 1.6.
Second.
As per the staff memo.
Yes, thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have site plan approval next.
I'll make a motion that we vote to grant site plan approval with the following stipulations 2.1 through 2.7 as laid out in the staff plan memo.
If I could suggest that.
We need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, now,
It's 2.3, again, if we could potentially, if the board would consider removing 2.3, and then in 2.2, similar to the other amendment, and any other new private or public easements. So,
kind of like you did before,
Yep.
Corey.
All right.
I apologize for that.
In this case, would it make more sense just to, well, obviously, we're going to strike out 2.3, but rather than have any new off-site easements, I mean, this is a little different where it's completely, I guess, new to us. So,
Well, this one clearly does have easements,
yeah.
lots of
They're
them,
just not to the city.
and some of them involve the city. So, if you said, I mean, you could just leave it as it is, or just say any new, either way.
I think that
What's your preference?
if you could just basically say 2.2, and then we can also, we would delete 2.3 and 2.5, because we want all the easements prior to the building permit, per my most recent direction. 2.2 would read, the site plan, off-site easements benefit the development. Any other new private or public easements shall be recorded at the registry of deeds by the city or as deemed appropriate by the planning department. So it's just that amendment to 2.2 with the strike of 2.3 and 2.5.
That works for me.
Me too.
It sounded like an amended motion and an agreement by the second person, so any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Rain?
It is rain, yeah.
Sounds like rain.
It can be very loud up here.
I didn't bring my umbrella. If you're going home afterwards, bring it.
No, but to get to the car, this sounds intense.
I lost my track of place.
Make a motion again.
We have another pair that may be considered together.
I'd make a motion that we hear items 3A and 4B to be discussed together and voted on separately.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's really 4E.
Opposed? Okay, we're going to consider two applications together. The first is request of Four Amigos LLC as owner for property located at 1400 Lafayette Road and 951 Peverly Hill Road, requesting preliminary and final subdivision approval to subdivide one existing lot with 223,416 square feet of lot area and 789.91 feet of frontage on Peverly Hill Road and 576.28 feet of frontage on Lafayette Road into two lots. Proposed Lot 1 will have 111,415 square feet of lot area and 467.63 feet of frontage. On Peverly Hill Road, proposed Lot 2 will have 137,276 square feet of lot area with 325.59 feet of frontage on Peverly Hill Road and 576.28 feet of frontage on Lafayette Road. This property is located in Assessors Map 252, Lot 7, and lies within the Gateway Center District G2. Also, for discussion at the same time and separate voting, is a request by the same owners, the same property, requesting an amendment and a one-year extension to the previously approved site plan and conditional use permit for a development site according to the requirements of Section 10.5B40 of the zoning ordinance and the site plan review approval for the construction of a 53-unit garden and townhouse-style residential development consisting of 6 structures with a combined total footprint of 37,775 square feet, more or less, and 122,000 gross floor area with associated grading, lighting, utilities, stormwater management, landscape improvements, and community space. This property, again, is located in Assessors Map 252, lots 4, 5, and 7, and lies in the Gateway Center District G2. Who is here to speak to this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Chris Tumula. I'm a senior project manager with Greenman Peterson. With me tonight are members of Four Amigos, Rick and Jenna Green, as well as Kenny Linsman. So if the board doesn't mind, what I'd like to try to do is go through the site plan portion of it first and then kind of get into the subdivision. We basically put the subdivision plan with the site plan package together. So if we can go to the site plan sheet number 4, if possible. Great, thank you. So obviously, we're here tonight seeking approval for an additional one-year extension to the original 2020 plan board approvals. We're also seeking an amendment to the site plans and a subdivision lot line consolidation of the aforementioned lots 4, 5, and 7. We previously received a one-year extension back in 2021 before this board. But in order to receive any additional extensions, we obviously have to go through the TAC process and come back before this, back before the board, which is why we're here tonight. Ultimately, what we've done, we've scaled back the project development based on the number of units. We've reduced parking, we've reduced building footprint, and we've reduced impervious coverage. We started this project in 2019 to 2020. The pandemic hit. I think we actually had our first Zoom meeting with the planning board, a lengthy meeting. The market has changed, so now what they have done is we've eliminated the 4-story apartment complexes that were along Peverly Hill Road and along the back property towards the hotel. The former units, there were 4-story garden-style buildings, and now we have 3-story townhouse units consistent with the other townhouse units that are on site and previously approved. We've reduced the number of residential units from 53 down to 32 units. We've reduced the building footprint from approximately 37,775 square feet down to 25,600 square feet. We've reduced the parking from 106 spaces down to 93 spaces. And we've also reduced the impervious coverage by about 3,900 square feet, therefore creating additional green space on the overall property. We previously met with all the conditions of approval, but my clients decided to basically, like I said, scale back the project based on market conditions while keeping the same architectural design elements previously approved. Additionally, as part of the development, what we've done is we've separated out the commercial development in the front from the residential component in the back, which is why we have the subdivision plan as part of the package. So if we can go to sheet number 21, or the subdivision plan, whichever is easier. Thank you. So as you can see, the subdivision plan, what it does, it separates out the front portion of the site, which is, as I'm sure everyone's aware, it's the Rite Aid, the Five Guys, as well as the Newburyport 5-cent savings bank. That commercial property is basically being divided by the common driveway road that kind of splits.
Top button.
Never get used to these.
Just hold it.
So basically, there's the existing driveway that currently bisects the rear portion of the site, which is vacant, and the existing driveway that circumvents through the site. And basically, the financing, the subdivision is being created due to financing to separate, like I said, the commercial and the residential components of the property. As part of the subdivision, the front lot 7 will be known as 1400 Lafayette Road and will be about 3.1 acres in size, while the remaining portion of Lot 7 will be subdivided, consolidated with the two lots 4 and 5 in the rear. That lot would be known as 951 Beverly Hill Road and would be approximately 2.6 acres in size. Both lots meet all the zoning requirements, and no variants are needed from open space, building setbacks, parking, etc. The only item that we need is we do need a waiver as part of the subdivision for the dumpster location, which is generally, the existing dumpster for the Rite Aid is right here. And that's to allow the dumpster to remain there. It's within 20 feet of a lot line, which is as part of the site plan requirements, but it does meet the 10-foot requirement as part of the zoning bylaws. We've also addressed the comments by TAC. We met with them on May 3rd. We provided a letter that outlines all the changes to the plans. The only two items that are outstanding as part of the TAC comment is note number 2. And we just need to basically confirm that with DPW with regards to flushing the hydrant. I don't believe we need to do it because we did move the hydrant, so we believe that's a non-issue. And then we just need to add a sprinkler room on the final building plans. So overall, we feel that we've scaled back development. We've reduced the building size, parking, reduced impervious coverage. All this is combined with the consistency of the previous approvals. The architectural design elements are the same, the landscaping is the same, utilities, drainage, et cetera. And we're hoping to get a conditional approval this evening so we can start construction this fall. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Corey.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. On the site plan on Complex B, there's quite a, it looks like from, and I'm comparing to what we saw in 2020, the paved area looks a lot bigger, and I'm curious if there's no parking striping on the plan, so maybe that's why, but I'm just curious on that one.
So on Complex B, that is this upper area here.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah, so what we did is we basically, there is, each one of the units obviously have a 2-car garage, and my client wanted to provide some additional room for people to park in front of it. But with the elimination of the U-shaped building that was formerly here, and the other apartment complex which was here, We ultimately eliminated a substantial amount of impervious coverage, so we felt that we could add some additional parking and still have a net reduction in impervious coverage on site.
Okay. And then another question I had was, did the applicant, and I'm not sure how the market changed, but did the applicant look to change the seating area between complex A and B into an actual playground? And the reason I mention that is one of the renderings, there was 5 kids in that one rendering. So I'm just curious if the market changed to more family style, and if that's the case, if the applicant looked at putting a playground in that corner, because there's really no playgrounds anywhere near this site, so.
No, so we had actually initially looked at putting a playground on the development, and during our initial discussions with staff, it was sort of pushed away as, not to provide that. So the renderings may show some liberties by the architect putting, people around, but the intent is to still have an outside patio area, which is generally located here. It should be noted that we actually did add an additional area located here. So we do have an outside patio area here. We've added some bike racks along here, and we've added some bike racks along here as well, which sort of makes sense for having the patio area and having some bike racks associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Jim.
Yes, could you please review the pedestrian improvements on Peverly Hill Road, and if they have changed at all since the last approval?
They have not. We're still providing the crosswalk, the flashing beacons. Everything that was previously approved is still consistent with this. There are no changes to that whatsoever.
So the improvements consist of a crosswalk to West Road?
That is correct. And as part of the original approvals, our company designed an additional sidewalk along the west side of Peverly Hill. If the city decides to move forward with constructing that sidewalk, the approvals were we design it, and ultimately the city, if they decide to move forward, can build it. And that is still part of the same package, and that design is still submitted to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Jane.
Thank you. And so I just want to make sure I get this clearly, that there are 3 entries and egress from this property. 2 of them are going to be off of Peverly Hill Road, and 1 will be, going, like you're going to go into Rite Aid, or you're going to go into the hotel off of Lafayette. You could get in and out those 3 ways. Is that right?
Yep. So there is, so across from West Road, there's an existing driveway that's there today. That's to remain. That basically is for the residential complex. The other driveway that's located a little further south, that is there today. That is also to remain. And then the right in, right out, that's at the Rite Aid. That's essentially for the Rite Aid development. And then there's a common access driveway between our property and the hotel. None of that is changing.
This may have been discussed before when it was a larger project. I don't know. But I just really am particularly concerned about that intersection with West Road, because you said that you're designing a sidewalk for the west side of Peverly Hill. Which side is that? Is that?
So along the opposite side of our site, so along the Market Basket side. So there is a
opposite side.
So we've designed a crosswalk with flashing beacons, basically just south of West Road. It is in the plan set. So there'll be flashing beacons and a crosswalk. So if somebody wants to cross, they press the button, the flashing beacons go, and then it provides a crosswalk and sidewalk to the existing sidewalk that is at West Road. The design that we incorporated part of the plan set was to design a future sidewalk along the Market Basket side. We couldn't put it as part of our plan set because we would need to obtain easements because of the right-of-way location and the sidewalk. So it made more sense to, if the city was going to build the sidewalk, that they would be able to obtain the easements rather than us.
But have you done a traffic analysis or a trip generation, particularly about that entry egress that's across from West Road?
Yeah, and it was determined, so there was some discussion on whether the crosswalk should be maybe located further south, close to the intersection. Our traffic group looked at it, and basically that's called a mid-block crosswalk. It didn't make sense from a safety point of view, and it was ultimately deemed that the correct appropriate location was where it's shown on the plan. We did do a traffic study. It's all been submitted as part of the development. There will actually be essentially less traffic associated with this now because we're reducing it from the 53 residential down to the 32 as well. So all in all, it's consistent with the original approvals.
Is there any, can you discuss the possibility of putting on a sidewalk that's on the side that the development is on? Because if I'm
apologize,
worried
there is a
about
sidewalk.
kids' safety here. If I'm a kid, great, I've got 7 bike racks or whatever. I get on my bike. Where am I going?
So as part of the development, we are proposing a 10-foot wide sidewalk on our side of the site from the northerly portion all the way down, connecting into the basically the sidewalk that is currently at the Five Guys. So there's a 10-foot wide sidewalk on our side of the development, and then a future sidewalk by the city on the opposite side of the road.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? No other questions to the applicant? We're going to open up the public hearing. Anybody here speak to, for, or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? Second, third round speakers. Since there's nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing. Pleasure of the board. Have a motion to discuss it, if somebody would like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion that we vote to grant, let me make sure I'm on the right one. We vote to grant preliminary and final subdivision approval with the following stipulations: 1.1 through 1.4, 2, and 3, as laid out in the staff memo.
I think 2 and 3 have to be separate.
Oh, I'm sorry, those are the votes, yeah, my apologies.
Yep.
1.1 through 1.4.
Is that a second?
Second.
Would you like to explain your motion, Corey? Or
I guess just all in all, you know, it's, it is similar to what we saw in 2020, a little bit different. I think as far as the subdivision goes, you know, it's more of a technicality, kind of make things work at this point. I can speak a little bit more when we get to the next site plan approval, but yeah, I'm fine with the subdivision.
You're good with that, thank you. Any other board discussion on this motion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? We have preliminary and final subdivision approval.
Oh, we have
The waiver.
a couple more.
I know there's more, but that was the vote on preliminary and
Yes.
final subdivision.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
sorry. I'll make a motion to vote to grant waiver to section 9.3.5 of the zoning ordinance to allow dumpster to be located within 20 feet of the property line.
Second.
Yeah, and I think in this case, you know, it fits with what they're trying to accomplish out there, so I don't see an issue with that being where it is.
I think it's been there too, right?
Yes.
It is there. I guess, you know, it'd be nice if it could go somewhere else, but I'm betting whoever ends up living there will have a say.
Any discussion? We have a motion to grant a waiver. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Waivers granted. Next.
I will make a motion that we vote to grant a 1-year extension of the site plan and conditional use permit approval with the presented amendments and all original conditions as approved on April 30th, 2020 under LU-20-12, in addition to the following stipulations, and I think I got it right this time.
Yes.
3.1, 3.2, with the changes on 3.2 to read, the site plan, comma, any new off-site easements to the benefit of the development and any other new private easements shall be recorded at the registry of deeds by the city or as deemed appropriate by the planning department. Strike out 3.3, go to include 3.4, 3.5, 3.6 as laid out in the staff memo. Strike out 3.7. include 3.8 and 3.9 as laid out in the staff memo.
Second.
You explained it. Any discussion?
I'll just add a little bit. You know, I think this is a better development than what we originally saw. It was very dense when we saw it before, so I think this is certainly better. I do a little struggle, not just the playground comment I had earlier, but you know, with some of the community space, you know, some of it is really just kind of landscaped areas that that to me, I'm not really sure how that, you know, will benefit the community. I am intrigued about the lawn chairs out on the corner of Lafayette and Peverly. Hopefully that works great. But yeah, I just, you know, for future reference, it would be nice to see a little bit more work put into that. But overall, I think it is definitely a better project than what we saw originally.
Thank you. Yes, Beth.
I'd just add to that, yeah, I agree with everything that Mr. Clark said. There had been, with the larger buildings, we had sort of built in this sort of like protected kind of area where people could gather and talk, and that's not part of this, more because these are more like single-family homes. They're just all attached because they're more like row homes. So it is disappointing, but when you look at the renderings, there's a little bit, at least more green space because they're smaller buildings. So I think it's a trade-off. So, and then being less dense will probably help there not being as much incidents, and there should be hopefully more room in the internal side of the buildings for children to play. It just will be on asphalt versus probably more grass. That's all.
Yes, Jane.
Yes, I'd just like to really agree with the previous two sets of comments, and to emphasize that I hope all these round circles that look like they're trees and bushes are as big as possible, making Peverly Hill and that sidewalk area livable, high quality for all the people that live in Portsmouth and the people that are going to live in this complex, because you've got such limited green space. I think that makes it compelling that it's really good green space. I don't know, that people could have picnics there, that they could have a lawn chair out there, that they could have barbecues out there, and that kids could play somewhere, that there's a swing set somewhere, and that there are actual substantial trees that will not take 30 years to grow. I'd really appreciate that, and I'll be watching. Just so you know.
Yeah, this is just a general comment that I, as a longtime resident of Portsmouth, and noted that when this site was rezoned to G2, Gateway 2, I think at the end of 2017, there was some hope that density bonuses would be granted, so be some affordable housing here, because I think at the time they felt that residential homes in Route 1 would be less desirable than other areas of town, therefore be more affordable. And it appears that the market is such that I think you've reduced the number of units, but they're larger, and they're condominiums now instead of apartments. So it's just an observation that it's unfortunate that more people aren't taking advantage of the Gateway 2 opportunity to have affordable, workforce housing. That's all.
Any other comments? I think we're ready for a vote. We have a motion and a second. Everybody clear on that? I think he walked us through that pretty well. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
This isn't on our proposal, but it would make any sense to switch the order of the last two?
Just suggested that, yeah. That would be, you mean the
So
city
we were
council,
thinking
referral, you mean?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. I think the next one is the design review, but then after that is the city council referrals, and you.
Oh,
I think that
did I
would
skip
be-
one? I'm
I
sorry.
think that would be.
You can
I
put
skipped
city
one.
council
I'm sorry.
last.
When we get to the council.
Yeah, I think that would be an appropriate thing to do.
Didn't mean to skip over you folks. We have a design review application public hearing. Request of 8 KPH LLC as owner for property located 161 Deer Street, to be known as 88 Maplewood Avenue. Design review for the demolition of existing one-story commercial building, construction of a 4-story building with a penthouse. This property is shown on Assessor's Map 125, Lot 17-3, and lies in the Character District 5. John, you are here to speak to this application?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. John Shagnon from Ambit Engineering, speaking on behalf of 8 KPH. Tom Ballin, who's also here, and Carla Goodnight from CG Architects is here also tonight. The plans are essentially the same plans that we presented for the concept meeting at the last month's planning board meeting. We can quickly go through the set. The desire here is that we get any additional feedback from the public before we go to the final design and into the technical process. The plans are cover sheet. The next sheet is a couple of plans that show the subdivision that was approved for the creation of 6 lots on Deer Street and Hill Street. And there's a plan showing an easement that was obtained from the railroad for additional space allotments along the north side of Lot 5, which is the further rightmost lot on the northeast side of Deer Street. Then the next plan is essentially the existing conditions, and then we have demolition plan and then the proposed site plan. So we're removing the existing building that's there, constructing a new larger building, and the building will have, as shown on the next sheet, some underground parking. And I guess for the benefit of the public, we can have more of a presentation, but I don't know if there's a lot of people here to speak to it, so I'll keep it short as time is moving along this evening. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Are there any changes to the plan you showed us before?
No, we did not make any changes yet. We want to wait till we get additional feedback. But we did hear your comments last month, and if you have additional comments, we'd be glad to talk about them.
Thank you. Just wanted that clarification. Any questions of the applicant?
Thank you, Chairman. So just to clarify, the proposed building is 58. I assume you're going for an incentive. I thought the max height was 50. So I'm just curious on that, on the building height.
On the building height, yes. So as we presented, we are contemplating a variance. We would ask for a variance for building height. But as you mentioned, there are other alternative ways, such as community space allocation, workforce housing, et cetera. So we're still looking at the options, but our initial thought was to apply for a variance. There's, as I explained last month, a lot of that is based on the fact that we want to pull the basement level to a level that makes sense with coastal resiliency and groundwater, and that forces us up out of the street due to the fact that it slopes away from Maplewood as you go west on Deer Street. So we presented information about that, also our floor-to-floor heights. And we don't want to artificially raise the grade around the building to, as you know, that's a way that you can lower the building height, but we want to be upfront, and we think that the building fits, but we'll be doing some sort of either variance or other alternative in regards to that before we come back. That answer the question?
Yep.
Okay.
Andrew?
As we previously established, I'm not DPW, so I could be missing something. The proposed service vehicle and delivery parking that is directly off of Maplewood Ave, do we see that as a congestion or choke point for deliveries in and out?
So that particular
It's on,
location,
C3.
if you go 2 plans further, so you're talking about this
Yes.
area over there. So right now, that's the entrance to the site. So if you've been there, the building kind of sits up front. There's parking along the railroad, and you come in there. There's an existing collection of gear that is a pad-mounted transformer and some switchgear that's owned by Eversource. The building will need its own transformer, which will need to be located in that general area, and Eversource needs access to that. So we're maintaining that for that purpose, and we are talking to the city about using that as also a delivery point, but that's in discussion with technical folks, DPW, et cetera.
That it should stick with them. Great. The second question I had was about the trash and storage in the parking area. And maybe it's because there's no dimension to it, so forgive me, but how do you access that trash area? And then how would somebody bring trash out, like a bin, a roller, et cetera?
Sure. So in buildings with underground parking in tight urban environments, the trash in the basement is a good way to deal with trash. We don't have to take up space on the lot with dumpsters and so on and so forth. And the way that you would manage the trash is you would you have a certain amount of space that would be accessible and easily transferred to a smaller truck. You just increase the frequency of pickup to match the demand.
So, yeah. And
So
I've
it
seen
will
that.
depend, the residential units above will have a certain demand. It depends on who goes into the commercial space, but if you need to do a pickup every day because you only have a limited space, that's what you do, so.
And so, in this trash and storage area, there will be the rollers that will exist, and then someone will bring them out?
It would be a small truck pickup. You could do the 90-gallon totes.
Totes, thank you.
Those kind of bins. Sometimes you can do a rolling 2-yard container that would just be swapped out. There's various ways to do it. You don't have to come in with a big truck that dumps
Yeah.
overhead, because obviously you don't have the headroom.
Yes, Jim?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify from last month. There'll be 3 floors of residential and 6 units per floor at 2,400 square feet each. Is that true?
I would defer to the architect, but sounds about right, yeah.
And then 1 penthouse unit on top. Okay.
So there'll be 3 per floor, like you said, for 3 floors, just to put it in the mic, and then 1 unit penthouse with additional common area at the upper.
Okay, so
penthouse
for a
floor.
total of 19 units.
For a total of 19 units,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Jane?
Yes, thank you. I'm just coming back into the conversation about this building. I'm still trying to understand, does the penthouse constitute like story 4.5? Or is the penthouse a 5th story, thus requiring?
So the building is a 4-story with a penthouse, and your ordinance defines that as not a story, it's a penthouse. So you have in your height allowances, you have stories, and then you have the ability to have a certain number of stories and a penthouse. And this is a 4-story with a penthouse.
So didn't this building originally have a trade-off with workforce housing, like a unit or 2 of workforce housing? And that's where I'm confused about. Now you've reduced the size so that that's not a requirement.
Hi, Carla Goodnight from CJ Architects. I'm just give John a little bit of a hand. The original approval had a 5-story building with the workforce housing component by the previous owner. And what we're proposing is a 4-story building with a penthouse that meets the requirements in the zoning ordinance for a penthouse, which gives you a couple of feet of height, but actually doesn't count as a story and has to be held back a certain distance from the edge of the floor below, and also has to occupy a certain area. So that's what we are looking at now. We did have our first work session with the Historic District Commission, and we looked at context and massing. And just the early massing, they seem to have no issues with the height and size of the building, actually, because it is has come down somewhat in size from the prior approval. Does that help here?
It's clear.
Great, thank you.
And then I also wanted to ask about the concrete ramp that's on the Deer Street side, which I guess is paralleled with a concrete sidewalk. So what is it's got arrows on it, like what is the use of the concrete ramp?
Okay. The one on Deer Street?
On Deer Street.
Well, the civil engineer has drawn that in a very utilitarian way, which the HDC will never stand for. So, so we will be making that into a brick elevated plaza. Some part of it is planned to potentially go back into the building and service a coffee shop or a restaurant or something.
But that's all pedestrian, that's not?
It's all
okay,
pedestrian.
I didn't know if that was for automobiles.
Oh, no.
Okay. And then I guess I just wanted to check about fire truck access, because fire trucks could either access this down Maplewood or Deer Street. I don't know about their access over the railroad tracks. I don't know what hypothesis to use for that kind of access, but there's obviously no access in that space between this building and the next property. Is that right?
Correct. I don't think that the fire department is going to require this to be a building that they drive around completely. I think they would be fighting it from the street side or the southwest side, and the building will be fully sprinklered too, which is a great advantage.
Okay. Planning Board Member Bagala, you may or may not be aware that the Deputy Fire Chief also sits on the tax. When this comes in as an application,
Okay.
he is pretty vigilant.
okay with
Yeah,
this?
no, I don't know if he is yet. He hasn't looked at it yet.
Oh, okay.
So, but he will, yeah.
Great.
Yes, Corey.
Just one more general comment, I guess, and I'm just bringing this up in case the applicant wants to say anything. Given that this intersection needs a lot of work to pull people, to activate it, we now have one corner across from this that's, well, there's no way to get into the building. The other corner is a investment firm, not a lot of traffic, but I'm pleased to see that there's commercial first floor. So I'm just throwing it out there that I would love to see something that entices people to want to at least slow down as they sprint towards downtown through here. Because as of right now, it's like, and you have the new development proposal across the street too, and I've asked the same thing of them. Just try to make it an enjoyable spot.
I think that raised area is potentially going to be covered so that we will have that be a very inviting place to service the retail spaces. A lot of areas have had their indoor-outdoor experiences expanded over the past few years, so we're looking to create that interface between the interior and the exterior along the Deer Street side, and then we do have a radius corner there, and I know that Mr. Vallon is still looking at a variety of occupants for the space, but I think that upper area would definitely be somebody that would have a presence for the public.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, Jane.
Sorry, I have just one other, I just want to make sure that I get this as compared to the first time around, that now this building has, it's got completely sufficient parking unto itself, is that right? Except for maybe the retail on the first floor? Because I thought it used to have some spaces at the Foundry Garage or something like that.
Correct. So as redesigned, we've dropped from, I'm trying to remember whether the 45 unit or the 55 unit was the final plan that came in. By reducing to 19 units and providing tandem parking, we've met the requirements and provided 2 units for two parking spaces for each commercial unit.
And is that is that like a garage level?
Yep, that's all
Okay.
garage level
Okay.
under the building.
Great. Maybe some people will be attracted to use the Foundry Garage to come to your retail. One can dream.
I think you've got 2 spaces per residential unit, not commercial, yeah.
Per the ordinance, the commercial there's no required parking for the commercial, but as an owner of a building, we know we have to provide it or we'll never rent it. So we are highly motivated to provide that.
The south corner of the building is quite a bit out of the ground, and as I understand it, the way John explained it the last meeting, you've got concerns about groundwater and contamination on the site, both driving the building into the air a little bit, or at least that corner. Is that correct?
We have a supplemental presentation, actually, if Isaac can pull that up. I apologize, this is going to take 10 minutes, but it'll be good detail to read into the record. And there's 2 issues. I would say contamination is actually the least of our worries at the moment. Most of this building in Lot 5 would have been directly under the train station back in the day. So a majority of the contamination is actually on Lot 4 and 3, further to the west. But I wanted to call out a few things that weren't in the original site plan. Next slide, Isaac. So this is a blow-up of the site plan. And let's see, I've never used this thing. Let's see if this works. And the main storm drain for all of this part of Portsmouth runs across the front down Deer Street. There's a T junction right here, and then there's a 20-foot easement that runs out to North Mill Pond through here. And that's a 48-inch RCP pipe that kind of directs all the stormwater in Portsmouth. And when we were talking to DPW at the TAC meeting, the term they used was, can we pump into that storm drain system? Because we do have to connect our roof drains into it, but can we pump into it? And DPW's answer was, no, you can't. It's full. And I guess what the purpose of this presentation is to explain what full means. Next slide. This is just a quick excerpt from the original geotech report. These little blue dots are the observed water levels during geotech boring. So the building as originally proposed prior to our acquisition actually had the finished floor elevation below the water line and would have required pumping on the site. Next slide. This is the outfall of that 48-inch RCP pipe that dumps into North Mill Pond. You can kind of see the parking garage here and the pipes right here. And this is at typical low tide. The bottom of that pipe is kind of at median sea level. So when we're talking about flood elevations, they're roughly measured from the bottom of that pipe. It's only a few inches above the mean sea level. Next slide. This is your normal high tide. So 6 or 7 foot tide roughly covers about half that pipe, and that'd be about 27 days of each month that you'd see for high tide during the day. Next slide. So very recently, so the last 3 days of the month, you've got a full moon here, and your morning spring tides in May and June are the highest tides here in Portsmouth. Tuesday was a 9.8 foot forecast tide, but there was a storm surge coming through, and Weather Channel issued coastal flooding alerts that day. Now, we were lucky in that the storm actually kind of went up through Lake Winnipesaukee and didn't actually hit Portsmouth, so we didn't see any precipitation this day. Next slide. But this is high tide at 1 in the morning on Tuesday, 2 days ago. That's the top of the storm drain system, and you can see there's 2 lugs here where at some time in the past, DPW had attempted to put a flapper valve flood prevention device on there. Those lugs are about an inch above the water line. You can see all this straw here is actually floating, and then the main pipe leading back in is underwater. Next slide. Just a quick one. This beautiful house in the corner by when you come across the bridge on Maplewood, but that high tide actually exceeded his retaining wall height that night.
You just replaced
Not great pictures, I apologize. This is my wife holding a flashlight at 1 a.m. Next slide. So this is the new FEMA map that came out in January 2021, shows base flood elevation at 8 feet. One more slide, Isaac. Actually, no, go back 2, sorry, go back one more. So with regards to this pipe, so the 8-inch pipe right now is completely open, so there's no damper on the end of it. When DPW says the pipe is full, for 3 days, for about 3 hours during high tide, all of North Mill Pond actually fills that entire pipe all the way back to the parking garage. So all the pipes are full. And the issue is, if we have a significant precipitation event while that pipe is full, there's a lot of paved area in the north end, and it all runs right at this site. So there's no place for the water to go, and no place. So we'll have detention tanks on our site so that our roof water has someplace to go during that 3-hour period. But we can't control everything that's coming at us from the rest of the city. So down 2, sorry, one more. So this is the high tide map for June. These will actually be the highest tides in Portsmouth, 10-10-1. That's the 16th and 17th. You don't have to mark your calendars, just look for the full moon and get out at 1 or 2 in the morning, and that'll be your key to, and if it's really raining out, it should be interesting. Next slide. And so this last slide, just the takeaway. So we've got existing groundwater from the geotech report at 6 feet. Those geotech borings certainly weren't conducted at high tide during a rain event. So we know the groundwater level is at least 6 and could be higher. We know our base flood elevation is 8. We have, in our opinion, prudently put our garage floor elevation at 8 feet as a result, so that we won't be continuously pumping. 25 years from now, I can't guarantee that, but for the time being, that will be sufficient. And that puts the upper floor at 18 feet, which is about 3 feet above the curb. And this is where we get to that elevated patio that you called out. Not concrete, it'll be better than concrete, but that elevated walkway actually goes to a patio that will be kind of, by the time you get to the end of the building, the elevation is actually at 6 feet, and this is of great concern to Nick and others at the planning board. But our plan is to have that part of the building open during the summer so that it's a big floating patio at about 6 feet, which from a customer standpoint will put them above the kind of parked car line. So that if you're there, you're having dinner, you're having coffee, at least you're not looking at parked cars. But low enough so that people coming up the street will be able to see what's going on and kind of, and we've had good interest from restaurants in that kind of work, so. And then the very last point, which is worth noting, there are a lot of underground parking garages in Portsmouth that are only 7 feet clear in height. New ADA requires that we provide a van ADA space, so the clear height has to be 8 foot 2 inches. So while in theory we might try and go to 9 feet between garage and first, we have to do 10 to meet those ADA requirements.
Your geotechnical report is the one that was done for Deer Street Associates?
Correct.
And the groundwater that they mapped, was that across the entire site, or was it based on borings taken at various locations?
That geotech report has about 40 borings across all of the lots, so it's the same report that all these lots have been
All
using.
of Deer Street's property?
Yep.
It seems to me there's some pretty serious technical questions. You know, there are a lot of ways to address this. One would be no development. That's not a good solution for you. Although you made a pretty good case of why it's maybe overloaded already. There is a provision in the site plan review where we can ask TAC to have this reviewed by an outside engineer. I don't know how the board feels about that. If there are any concerns, I'm an engineer, so I look at this differently than some people do.
Rick, doesn't our ordinance also allow parking to be below the required flood elevations? That's one use that is allowed to be below. Living space has to be above, but
Right.
garage
That's
areas
correct.
can get flooded if they need to. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
But I agree, if you ask the question, if we need an engineer to review this, then I support that.
I would agree. The only thing I'll throw in there is I believe, as part of previous developments, I believe, I think it was CMA, looked at this pipe in particular pretty extensively, I think, and John might be able to correct me on that if he remembers, but this isn't, certainly not the first time that this pipe has been looked at from, from all the development that's taking place or proposed in this corner.
Sure, I believe that the approval for one of the Deer Street projects and the approval for 46 Maplewood required a contribution to that study of this pipe, but I have not been able to get my hands on that study.
Okay, nor have I looked at it either, so, yeah, that, it would at least be a starting point, and maybe, we need to build upon that, particularly, with this development, so.
The reason I raise it, it's a technical question about the drainage, obviously, but it affects the height of the building, and at that south corner, it's quite a bit out of the ground. If that's the way it has to be, that's the way it has to be, but I'd feel more comfortable having some technical backup. It's like a traffic analysis. Sometimes you have traffic reviewed by an outside person. So it's 2.3 of the site plan review, technical review and assistance, paragraph 2. Anybody wants to?
Typically, in the past, usually it's been TAC that's actually asked for this before it even comes to planning board.
Well, we could make it in the form of recommendation to TAC. I'd be okay with that.
The planning board can make that recommendation to TAC, that if, that they consider utilizing a third-party reviewer to review the geotechnical report and the drainage analysis. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. And there's the issues are the drainage. There's a lot of, should there be a flat valve on the end of that thing? I have no idea. That study may comment on that if you can find it. Some of this may be excavation of old reports and not doing it all afresh. Additional retention, is that somebody else's responsibility? Questions we don't know. And I think questions we should consider. It's a pretty big project.
Yeah, and just for comparison purposes, what was presented to us on Lot 3, from what I recall, I know they had a full underground not infiltration, a retention gallery along, basically underneath that entire building was all big, just stormwater retention system. And I believe, I can't remember if there was, there had to have been parking above that. I know, so basically first floor was all parking, and then below that, so rather than sinking the building down, they had to fit that subsurface gallery somewhere, and that's where it went. So the parking was the first floor with liners, I think. So.
Yes, Andrew.
Does that drainage analysis and study take into consideration or is influenced by what is the first floor use? So going off of what Corey mentioned, as well as what Jim had previously stated about the parking being under the level, the water table level, does that study highlight that in any way?
Well, I think it should comment on that, because what the applicant is saying, they can't go into the groundwater with that. I know parking garages do sometimes go into the groundwater.
And nor would I want it to. I suppose the question is around, would the actual first floor use, so the street level use, have any influence on that? Or be influenced by?
Only in terms of elevation, I think.
It pushes the parking up onto the, to grade rather than subgrade, which affects, I guess, how the building presents to the street.
So we can close the design review process this evening in terms of, it doesn't stop discussion about the application. Did you have something you want to say, John?
We have to have a public hearing.
Yeah, I know, I'm jumping ahead because I want people to think about it before we close this part and move on to the public hearing, if there's anything else.
Yeah, I guess the only other comment I might make is that at, I believe, 46 Maplewood, that parking is below the groundwater table, I think. And I'm looking towards Mr. Shagnon to either confirm or deny that. But I thought that was below.
Yeah, as we discussed at the last meeting, that garage is lower. There was a geotechnical report on that lot that identified a different water table.
Gotcha, okay.
And there is some ledge that crosses the corner, the southeast corner of this lot, and so that might influence, provide a barrier to the sort of tidal influence of the pond. So that was based on the geotech study for that lot.
And the only reason I bring that up is just that there are different options for, people have looked at different options to try to make this work in this area. I'm not saying one is better than the other, but there's a couple ways to maybe try to tackle it. But I think starting with figuring out where that report is, the one that was, that I believe was done or should be done by the third party, where that stands currently, and then trying to build upon that if we need to answer any other additional questions. Because, that pipe's got a lot of issues, for sure, so.
So before I do the public hearing, did you guys want to say anything about that? Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to, for, or against this application? Certainly a crowded room tonight. Anybody on Zoom? Any second or third round speakers? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. What is the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to find the design review process is complete.
Second.
And we're going to have a recommendation to TAC as a part of that?
Yeah, I guess I couldn't quite put it into words, but
geotechnical drainage study?
By a third-party reviewer, okay. So it would be the one stipulation that TAC consult with a third-party reviewer to review the existing geotechnical report and I'm trying to think if I guess it would be the stormwater report that was done for this corner, or?
But if they can't find it, they might have to do a new one, so.
Yeah, right.
So geotechnical and drainage analysis satisfactory to TAC by an outside party?
Yeah. Yep.
That may be an existing report, it may not.
That works.
I know I was leading the witness, but.
That works for me.
Is the second okay with that? Mm-hmm. Any discussion? Yes.
I really appreciated the walk through that additional information and that report about that. Having been here for 30 years and having a very historic home with it's those severe events are significant, and some in particular, like with the nor'easter in October, King High Tide, that almost want to add that to be those specific events that back to like 96 even, when they had some of those to be part of that review, or if they're not, what happened then with that pipe.
I have to be cautious about historic event. That's usually not a design criteria. That's of note, but not something you try to design for. So any other? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
I think this is where you wanted to skip to Part B from council referral.
I'd make a motion that under city council referrals that we take up item B first.
Do we have a second?
Second.
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 All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we need a short break?
Can we do it right after this?
We can do it right after this. We have a recommendation, I have to make a recommendation to City Council for an application of Sherilyn Burnett Young and of Rath Young and Pignatelli on behalf of the applicant Margot Thompson and Edward Thompson to request the Portsmouth City Council apply for an urbanized shoreline exemption pursuant to RSA 483B:12 for property located at 57 Salter Street, tax map 102, lot 32 in the city. Who's here to speak for this?
Good afternoon, good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is James Steinkraus. I'm an attorney with Rath Young Pignatelli here on behalf of Margot and Edward Thompson. I'm also joined today by Mr. Thompson, who's the applicant requesting the city of Portsmouth apply for an urbanized shoreline exemption. I just have a brief presentation to sort of give you an overview of what we're requesting it, why we're requesting it, and some of the evidence that we think supports a favorable recommendation for the application. So on April 25th of this year, Margot and Edward Thompson submitted a request to the city to apply for an urbanized shoreland exemption. That request was heard by the City Council and forwarded to the Planning Board for recommendation. We subsequently submitted additional information requested by the Planning Department through the Portsmouth OpenGov system. Next slide, please. So the way this works is sort of unique. The Thompsons are actually requesting an exemption from the Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act. However, that application has to come from the City of Portsmouth. If the city applies for the exemption and it's subsequently granted and approved by New Hampshire DES, as well as the Governor and Executive Council, it would then exempt the property from certain requirements of the Shoreline Protection Act. That exemption would essentially have no impact on the water quality for the Catawba River, given the current property. This application was actually made at the recommendation of DES, and that, if granted, would allow the Thompsons to settle a pending appeal with DES over an administrative order at the Wetlands Council, and ultimately allow the use of the building as a primary residence. Just as a little background, the Thompsons have lived in Portsmouth for about 40 years, raised children, are active in the community, and the construction of this property or renovation of this property is really part of their retirement plan, and this essentially is at risk right now with this pending appeal. So if the city makes the board makes a recommendation to the City Council, subsequently apply, and then the application is granted, the Thompsons would also, in settlement with DES, the appeal, the Thompsons would need to relocate the building approximately 5 feet back. Currently, the building's cantilevered about 5 feet over the water. By moving it back, it would remove it from the jurisdiction of 482A, which is the Wetlands Protection Act. That would then allow a settlement, but then any movement of the building or future changes would have to come back to the city. We'd work with, obviously, the Planning Department, Inspection Department, and the Conservation Commission. Next slide, please. So what is the application? Under 43B:12, the city would apply to request for 57 Salter Street, the special localized urbanized conditions exist pursuant to 483B:415 for the protected shoreland for exemption sought at this property. Urbanization essentially shows a concentrated development found in various cities and towns where there's been a historic pattern of intensive building for residential, commercial, industrial uses, whether it's a downtown community center, central business district, where all vegetative barriers have been depleted, where impervious surfaces are in excess of 50%, and the residential uses are at least 10 dwelling units per acre. And it's important to note that this application would only apply to 57 Salter Street. It wouldn't apply beyond that. Next slide, please. So in order to support the application, we've submitted documents that is part of the record that the city would then subsequently submit to the New Hampshire Office of Strategic Initiatives and their planning department. along with the documents that Thompsons have provided to show the current and past building density, the commercial, industrial, residential uses, evidence of municipal or other public utilities for the site, current municipal and land use regulations that affect the protected shoreline on the property, designation as a downtown community center, central business district, urbanized area, or urban cluster as designated by the U.S. Census Bureau, and any additional information that the DES commissioner might require. Next slide, please. And we'll just quickly run through so the first is the current and past building density. I'll review the properties in the area around 57 Salter Street. 57 Salter Street currently has 2 condominium units, or residential units, and the other properties in the area are typically very densely built historic buildings from the 18th and 19th centuries. As you can show, they're all relatively small lots, largely single-family properties in the waterfront district, business district. Next slide, please. So the lack of vegetative buffers, as you can show, this is a picture of 57 Salter Street, the main building to the right, and which is Unit 2. Unit 1 is to the far left, the Thompsons property. That's the building. You can see that there's no vegetative buffers. That's right. Most of the properties in this area of the waterfront business district are built right on the water on retaining walls. Next slide, please. So the impervious area for this particular parcel is over 50%. Work by the Thompsons has reduced, that was approved by DES, reduced the impervious area from 57% to 52%. Even with that work, it still exceeds the 50% threshold. Next slide, please. So the waterfront district is currently zoned to accommodate and support businesses dependent upon the Piscataqua River for transportation resources. The property was previously used for a mix of commercial and residential uses. The Thompson's Unit 1 was formerly a lobster and boat repair building, which was then later converted to an office. And in December 2018, the Thompsons received a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals, to convert Unit 1 from a commercial to a residential use. That work was also approved by the Historic District Commission in February 2019. Next slide, please. So both units 1 and 2 at 57 Salter Street are served by public water, sewer, electric, gas, and telephone. Now this is important because there's no septic systems on the property. So any use of either Unit 1 or Unit 2 as a primary residential unit will not impact the water quality to the Piscataqua River because there's no chance for septage leaking into the system. So that's a key consideration. So it's certainly used, both units are certainly have public utilities. Next slide, please. Evidence of current regulations regulating the property. Certainly it's subject to Zoning Ordinance Article 10, subject to review by the Historic District Commission. The property is located in flooding district Zone AE. And finally, due to its location on the Piscataqua River, any development is also subject to review by the Portsmouth Conservation Commission. Next slide, please. So this property is located within the waterfront business district, but it's also been designated as an urban cluster area by the U.S. Census Bureau. And this is a map from the 2010 census dated March 8th, 2012, showing its designation as an urban cluster. Next slide, please. And the next 2 slides are really just maps showing, as part of the evidence under the regulations, a clearly delineated location. This is from the City of Portsmouth's tax assessor maps. So this is lot 32 of map 102. You can see that Unit 1 is the larger property in the upper left-hand corner, and Unit 1 is in the lower right-hand corner. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the property. The red mark is on Unit 2, which is the main residence owned by the Pasternaks. And again, in the lower right-hand corner is Unit 1, which is owned by the Thompsons. So, thank you. So the Thompsons' application is supported by the owners Unit 2, the Pasternaks, and also by many of their neighbors. Evidence of that support was submitted, including a signed petition by a number of Portsmouth residents and neighbors in the area, as well as part of the public comments for this record. Given the evidence presented, the limited nature of the request for just 57 Salter Street, the lack of impacts to the water quality of the Piscataqua River, support from the neighbors, and the hardship that would otherwise befall the Thompsons' absent application, we respectfully request that the Portsmouth Planning Board favorably recommend to the City of Portsmouth file an application for urbanized shoreline exemption for 57 Salter Street, meeting the special local urbanized conditions. And again, just reiterate that this was a recommendation for this application by New Hampshire DES. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for the attorney? Yes, Corey.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify, I'm just a little confused. So there were 2 permits issued by NHDES in 2019 and 2020 for this work. Was it the fact that those permits or the applications for those permits didn't identify this being residential? Is that where the administrative order came from?
Essentially, yeah. So there was references to making it a residence in the applications. It just wasn't caught by DES. So my clients went back to DES to actually say, hey, is it permissible to have an exhaust for a heater installed on the side of the building? DES took a look at that. They came back and they noticed that it was being converted to a residence. They then issued a letter. My clients voluntarily ceased immediate activity of the property. They then issued an administrative order in, I believe, August of last year, which we then filed an appeal, which is pending before the Wetlands Council.
Okay, so you haven't heard from the Wetlands Council yet?
Actually, that appeal is currently stayed pending this application to the
Gotcha.
city.
Okay.
With the hope that we could resolve the appeal.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I wonder, is this, do you know, is this only the second time that one of these has been requested in Portsmouth?
It may not be the second time, but it would be the second time it's granted, if allowed. So the only other one that we're aware of is 99 Bow Street. An exemption, urbanized shoreline exemption was granted for the property at 99 Bow Street in 2007.
And maybe this is a question for the planning director, but would the Conservation Commission have any interest, or something like this be under their purview also, or I just want to know the procedure.
So we had a discussion as staff, and we discussed with the city attorney about how to proceed with this. This did not necessarily even need to come to the planning board. It could have gone directly to city council, and the council was advised to send it to the planning board. It doesn't fall under their jurisdiction, as you know, and so we worked with that. So I think the council was interested in hearing what the planning board had to say. I would like to add that it was also important for staff to understand the permitting history and the approvals that this had received. We do believe as a staff that the applicant put this in place in good faith, was transparent with the city, and there's evidence in emails and correspondence with the state also that they had, while it may not have been discussed or openly declared, it certainly was never concealed in their written work. So we do believe they operate in good faith as they move forward with this project. I think it was a surprise to them when they were issued that cease and desist. That's my understanding. It was important for staff to understand that as well. So, and we do. But yes, it was the council's decision that the planning board should receive it.
And you're proposing to move the building 5 feet back if the permits are granted?
So if we get the exemptions finally granted, we're then able to settle the appeal. Part of the settlement of the appeal would be an agreement with New Hampshire DES to relocate the building so it's no longer located over the water. That would remove it from jurisdiction under 482A, which prohibits new buildings converted over water. By moving it back, we'd then be able to, with the exemptions granted by the shoreland exemption, we'd then be able to maintain the residence at that location. And also there's a secondary prohibition on the minimum shoreline for 2 lots to consider the conversion of condominium to, which is 150. And then by granting that exemption, that would not be an issue either. So, but yes, we'd have to come back to you to then relocate the building the 5 feet back.
Yes, Jane.
I'm sorry, were you going to say something more?
Go ahead.
Okay. I really am struggling with this, just so you know. I'm trying to believe, the planning director's comment about all of this is in good faith, but I really looked at this, and it seems to me that you're not downsizing, as stated in one of your first paragraphs, but you're going from a boat repair house, which seems totally appropriate use, on the river, that was 600 and something square feet. I cannot find what the square footage is of this unit 57 now that you've downsized. What is, how
My
much?
client's downsized because they sold that property.
I understand
Right,
it's
right.
got to do with 75 Salter, but
Right.
pertinent to this structure itself, you've actually upsized over time, but I can't find to what the square footage currently is.
Well, I believe the square footage of the property as approved would be 640 square feet.
The little house is still,
Yes.
even though now it's 2.5 stories?
I believe, I don't know if it's 2.5 stories, I believe it's 2 stories. Sorry,
I don't understand that, but because the picture of the original boat repair house compared to what it is now, it looks like it has another whole floor on it to me.
I believe that it's approximately 640 square feet as currently constituted.
I think what we're being asked is whether or not we make a recommendation to council that this is an urban area for the council to make a decision. Is that correct?
That's what we're supposed to be discussing, but I would like to go back to a previous comment about the possibility of the Conservation Commission weighing in on this, and it's because of the timing of when these things were built, expanded, and got these additional approvals. I mean, it's in a flood zone, it's in a floodplain. That floodplain has been established since, I believe, 2005, and yet in 2018, the structure is being converted to a residential structure, knowing that it's in a floodplain. So, I mean, I actually have a lot of questions about this. I don't understand why you'd only move back 5 feet. According to the Shoreland Protection Act of 2007, the New Hampshire Shoreland Protection Act, you're supposed to have at least a 50-foot buffer, if not a 250-foot buffer. But I don't know if we can answer that, but it seems to me like those kinds of questions answered by the Conservation Commission would inform the decision about applying for this urbanization shoreland exemption. There's many aspects to it being on the shoreland.
If I might address the floodplain, a floodplain analysis was actually performed and submitted as part of I believe, the 2020 permit application that was reviewed by New Hampshire DES. So that was part of the permit application, as part of the floodplain analysis, the risk analysis was submitted as part of that. So
As part of which application?
Permit, sorry. A wetlands permit that was granted by DES 2020-1252 in July 2020. There were 2 separate permit applications, 2019-01730 and 2020-01252. So it was submitted as it may have been submitted as the 2019, but there was definitely a floodplain analysis submitted as part of that application, those 2 permit applications. And essentially, the request for urbanized conditions is that we're saying that we've presented enough evidence for the city to consider the application and forward it to the state for evaluation. So the final decision isn't necessarily with the city of Portsmouth. If it supports our application, it would then forward it to the state OSI Planning Division. OSI Planning Division evaluates it. They then make a recommendation to the commissioner of DES. DES commissioner then evaluates it and then makes a recommendation, yes or no, to the governor and council for approval.
But this request is for us to support that application, correct?
Well, actually, the city actually has to apply.
For us to recommend to the city that we support the application, correct?
Correct.
I
Well,
personally, I
just
have a
to-
lot of questions about this that I don't know that I'm in a position to be able to make that recommendation.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I can ask the attorney, can you reiterate for the board's clarification the position of DES, that they would be supportive of the city submitting this application to
So,
them?
yes, as part of the discussions on the appeal, DES actually recommended that my clients file this application with the city as a means of seeking a grant, which is essentially a waiver of the shoreline protection requirements, so that we could then settle and resolve that appeal, then move back the building to resolve the appeal that's pending with the Wetlands Council.
Okay. Given that, Mr. Chairman, if it's not out of line to do it now, I would recommend that we recommend, that the planning board recommends to the city council that they submit this application on behalf of the applicant.
That it meets the urbanized criteria under 43A.
That sounds good.
Second.
Any discussion on that? I can add just briefly, I've done a lot of work on Lake Winnipesaukee, and I know that boathouses up there have had a history, especially more historic ones, of having residential uses over water, and I know of owners have gotten into some very difficult situations with those, and the state does not take these lightly. They're looking at this very, very closely. So given the history, if there had been anything untoward, I think they would have discovered it. And I don't know that, but from experience with other locations, I feel comfortable with that. So just as a small FYI. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment that I still don't understand why the house would only be moved back 5 feet. It would be right on the shore of a big river that's definitely a 4th degree river or larger, with flooding ability in a town that has a 30-year very high risk of flooding. I'm concerned about liability for the city, that we, in supporting this application, when this does flood, that somehow the city will be liable. I'm not in support of us making that recommendation to the city council. I won't be voting yes for those reasons.
That's why there are 9 members. Thank you. I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
1. I don't know what to say, but I oppose it.
Nay. You have your recommendation, 8-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Ask for forgiveness later.
Want some?
We are back live. Just want to take note of the time. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. As you know, we were supposed to stop at 10 to talk about how much we continue. We have on the agenda presentation by our principal planner, Nick Cracknell, and a public hearing on some proposed zoning amendments. I understand the presentation will run 15 to 18 minutes roughly, depending on how much feedback we have as the presentation proceeds. So what's the pleasure of the board? Shall we continue?
I have chocolate now, I'm good.
Okay. You don't need a motion, just nodding of heads will do it. Okay. Okay.
And is this the last?
This is the last on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cracknell.
I'll give you 18 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Again, for the record, Nick Cracknell, the principal planner. What I'm going to do in the interest of time is just give you a quick overview of the updated amendments that are before you. I've got a presentation where I've broken them down into four main parts. So what I'd suggest we do is go through each part and maybe stop for a minute and make sure I haven't lost anybody, and you could ask any questions. I'm catching my breath from going upstairs to get those chocolates. So again, what we're focused on here for the zoning amendments are the building height standards and trying to provide consistency again across all the character districts, which are primarily downtown and the West End. Remove an incorrect reference on the building height map and clarify the intentions of building height on lots where there's cuts and fills. Next. So there's four parts here. The first one's talking about the building height map itself, which is essentially a street-based building height map. So there is a correlation between the character districts and the map, but it's not a one-to-one relationship. You tend to have taller buildings in the CD5 than the CD4, and you have lower buildings in the CD4, L1, and L2. So it's not a typical dimensional table where you just look up the zoning district and it tells you how tall the building could be. You have to look at the building height map itself and identify what the building height is along the street or a public place adjacent. So then we're going to look at the building height standards on corner lots, through lots, and waterfront lots. That's number 2, and then talk briefly about adding some development standards, some dimensional controls to the civic properties. Those are for the museums and the nonprofits that we have in our character districts as their own zone. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the grading and how building height is measured. And in 2 minutes, I'll maybe get my breath back. Next, please. So the first part is the building height map. So there's 3 things we're trying to do with this map. The map that we have that's existing is over here, shown in the lower right. There are, I'm going to take the mic. There are a host, and I won't touch the screen. As you can see, if you squint on the map, there are a lot of all the municipal properties, the civic properties, like the Warner House or the parking garage at High Hanover, the North Church. They don't have a building height standard around them. We didn't include them on municipal properties because they're exempt from zoning, and we didn't do it on the civic properties because we figured they weren't going to change. We want to add them in so this map reads easier, and there'll be better context when we're looking at both redevelopment of any municipal property, if it ever happens in the future, but any alterations. We've seen a couple of properties, the St. John's Church with the connector building, and there's going to be a new accessory building added to the Warner House that needed dimensional controls, and we didn't have them because they weren't in the code. So we're adding those as part of the map, the building height, and then the third part of this presentation is adding dimensional controls beyond height to civic districts. We're going to add new streets like Foundry Place. You can see today Foundry Place is shown on the map, but it doesn't have a building height because it wasn't there when we last updated this map. It wasn't on the ground. So we want to assign a building height to Foundry Place, for example. We also want to adjust the building height standards on High and Haven Court. And I can walk you through in the next couple of slides why we're doing that. Next. Is that next? Oops. Okay. So the last slide, I think, said existing. Can you go back one? I shouldn't have turned around. Okay, we just went through that. That's the existing building height map. This is the proposed changes to the map. So all the colors you see on here are the gaps on the preceding map, which is the existing building height. So you can see the Bridge Street lot, the Worth lot, the municipal lot here going down to the bottom of the High Hanover, down to the bottom of Hanover. We've got the Deer Street Pump Station. We have the nonprofits of St. John's and the Warner House. There are all the synagogues here, the Langdon House, the South Church, the Firehouse, John Paul Jones, the old library. And then here's the new street, Foundry Place, where we're proposing on both sides of it that it be the brown line, the 2 to 4 stories, 50 feet. It's also in the incentive overlay district, which we're not changing here, which allows anybody inside that incentive-based overlay district, which you cannot see on this map, but it's generally in this area. People there can provide those incentives to the city in order to get 10 more feet or 1 story on top of the 50 feet or 4 stories if they're brown. So that's what we're proposing on Foundry Place. The buildings currently that have been approved for what's been known as Lot 3 and Lot 6 from DSA, they've both been approved. They both have active permits. They haven't started construction, but there are foundation permits issued. They're vested, in our opinion. And you'll notice in the existing plan, the existing building height map, the line along Hill Street on the back of Lot 6, which again, here's Lot 6. I think I have a close-up, so maybe I'll stop and wait for that. It's currently brown, so we're talking about making an adjustment that we discussed here in our work session a couple of weeks ago. Was that 2 weeks or 1 week?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm losing track of time. Okay. There's a bunch of lines being added up along the Dennett Street neighborhood. These are basically properties that have a building height along Maplewood Ave and Dennett Street, but they don't have it on the side street. And anywhere there's a street or a public place that is like an alleyway, like Commercial Alley or Haven Court, we want to have a building height designation on it. So when somebody goes and does something to the property, they know how to deal with it. Okay, we'll go next. Examples. Foundry Place. I knew I had it. So that's the parking garage, Foundry Place, the roundabout at the bottom, or the cul-de-sac. Here's Hill Street. Hill Street goes up. It's a very narrow street. It's actually private through here, where it's owned by both parties on each side of Hill Street. We made that deliberately brown back in 2015 or 16 when this was adopted, the North End character districts. And we did that so this property would actually have a building height associated with it, because Foundry Place didn't exist. So what we're trying to do now is put the lines on Foundry Place and then take another pass at what's the appropriate building height against this neighborhood on Hanover Street. So that's the existing condition. Let's go to the next slide. There's what the existing map looks like. Apologies, it's kind of blurry, but this is a zoom in of what you saw at the beginning. Foundry Place, the garage. This is Ferguson, the plumbing shop, or I think it is, right? Plumbing. And then these are the 2-story, multifamilies, a 3-story, and that's Heinemann. So there's the brown line that comes down Deer Street. So the hotel that isn't built yet that sits on Lot 3 already uses the brown line. We're not changing that. The Lot 6 that uses this brown line will use the brown line on the bottom. With the next slide, you'll see the proposed. These may not look as brown as they should, but those are brown lines that come down with the 2 to 4 stories. Again, they're in the overlay. We reduce it. Peter Hapney's the only one, this property here, that's impacted by the different color at the end. And we've stepped it down 10 feet. So this is a 40-foot district. This is 50. Both of them can go up 10 feet with the incentive overlay as now written. So essentially, these are 60-foot buildings, and these are theoretically 50. And what we're proposing, at least as part of our conversation last meeting, is that we lower to better texture in the buildings that are going to fill this space
where Ferguson is. That won't be there forever, that single-story plumbing shop. These are intended to be taller buildings to create a fairly urban neighborhood along Foundry Place. And clearly they need to transition as best we can do that into a very low-scale neighborhood up on Hill Street, Autumn, and then Hanover. So what is being at least proposed for conversation purposes is changing this brown to green. When the brown again is 50 feet, the green is 40. But again, you can get 10 feet on top of that, both for Ferguson and Lot 6. So it's actually 50-foot buildings, where the typical height over here is well under 30 feet of the existing historic structures. So what I've told a couple of people that have called about this line, including neighbors in the neighborhood, if the intention is to tear all this down and build it up taller, then maybe this line is good as green at 50 feet. But I see that still as a placeholder, because the community has not weighed in on what it wants to do in respect to this corridor over here. So this is, again, a step in the right direction, but it may not be the final step till we do a visioning exercise to figure out what to do with this fabric over time. Right now, you know, nothing has changed here other than we're stepping down 10 feet along Hill Street. So we'll go next. Example 2, this is the High Street Haven Court. Part of the proposal to change the map. So this is the existing conditions. Most of us were here today. The parking garage, here's High Street, Haven Court. There's the parking lot that went with Rudy's. It's currently all in consolidated ownership. We'll go to the next map. You'll see the next image. You'll see the parking garage is approximately 45 feet in the vicinity of where we walked up Haven Court, where it's almost 4 stories, parking on the roof. And we're at about 45 feet to here all the way back, the Pierce block, all the way back to the parking garage. This building is the same height here, the first building at 1 Congress, and then they step down as you get into the wood frame, the brick and then the wood frame. So let's go to the next map to see what actually is on the map today. The existing building heights, the orange on Congress, here's Market Square, the North Church, High Street and Haven Court. When we did this, remember, we did 52 acres and 450 properties when we did this initial pass for just the downtown, not the north end or the west end. So I say that because people have to realize it's not perfect, what we did in 2015. And I think this is an example where maybe more thought could have gone into the Haven Court, this parking lot that we knew was vacant at the time. Clearly, everything out here corresponds to a fairly high degree to the 45-foot height that the orange represents. So it's a 3-story with a short fourth, and a short fourth, you probably heard that now a few times from the applicant. A short fourth is a 4th floor that is no taller than 80% of the floor below it. It's typically what you see like at Starbucks. The top floor in that 4-story building is compressed. It's federal style sort of architecture. So we allow, it's basically a 3-story, what they're proposing with a pitched roof. I'm not even sure it isn't a 3.5-story building that we've seen before you and the HDC, again, in concept. But what's being proposed here is that this green line, which is 40 feet versus 45, when everything here is 45 on the ground, there's really not a rationale for that to be 40 instead of 45. That's how I feel about it. It could go either way. Clearly what the applicant's trying to do here is link all of these buildings together to provide internal access. Well, they can't do it with 40 feet. They need 45 to make them all match up the front to the back. I don't personally see that as a problem, and I think at the end of the day, regardless of what any of us think about the style of the building, that's not what this is about. This is about the scale of the building, not the design of the building. If you like it or don't like it, the HDC is going to determine what that building looks like, not any other board or staff member in the city. It's squarely in their jurisdiction. So this is really about, do we add 5 feet to that area to make it commensurate with the parking garage and what's around it? And next slide will show you the proposal. It's to do just that. We're adding in the building height. It's green right now going down here on this side. The reason this is green is because it's new, it's on the garage, and then the orange would be across from this lot. And again, that's only a 5-foot increase. It's up to my nose to the floor. It's yes.
Hey, Nick, didn't you say that the garage is 4 stories?
The garage is 4 stories in this area. I mean, the garage exists. It's grandfathered. There are buildings all over the downtown that don't meet this map that are already on the ground.
So, but actually, this property is squeezed in between 45 feet and 40, right?
This property here?
Yeah, because
This
of the
property is
garage.
surrounded by 45-foot buildings with the exception of the 2 that we saw in the back. This is 45, this is 45, this is not, these lower buildings that we were looking at, looking
Right.
down here. But this is all essentially 45 feet. So again, I swear to you, if it's 40 or 45 when you're in that space, no discernible difference. It's how they finish the top of the building that's going, and the ground floor. The ground floor will have the biggest impact on a pedestrian. Whether that's 2, 3, or 4 stories is the least important for us. You're not going to see over it if it's more than a story, so there's no views in that narrow corridor to see that steeple with something in there. It's impossible. I touched it. Sorry. So it's really about what the ground floor, what they do with that ground floor in terms of penetrations and activity levels. That's going to make or break Haven Court. And that's why I don't think this 5-foot addition is worth having, a lot of pain and suffering over. It's really inconsequential to getting the building design correct, and that's for the HDC to do. And I encourage any one of you to participate in the community with the HDC's review of it to make sure people are satisfied with how it's finished. But that's all we're talking about here, 5 feet. Difference between green and orange. That's it.
Can I just ask one other question? I don't know if I can or not, but I'm going to, unless somebody tells me I can't. When you say you tested that view corridor, how'd you do that?
What do you mean test? I don't think I said I tested it, but I may have implied it. So what do you mean?
Well, I thought that you actually said that, that you looked at different heights of a building that went all the way back to the garage, and that from that view corridor, you could not improve the view to the North Church.
To the North Church?
Yeah.
So I didn't quite say it that way, but that's in fact the conclusion. So I'm going to reiterate what I think I said, which is exactly the same outcome as what you thought I said. You build anything in here over a story, you're not going to get inside that 20-foot corridor and see over even a single 12 to 14-foot. You can't even do a single. 2 is the minimum. So I guarantee you put a building in 2 stories high, which is 3/4 of the way up that wall, and you get in a 20-foot corridor, which I'm basically, now my back is to the parking garage. I'm not seeing over that 2-story form. And it isn't going to ever be 2 stories. It's allowed right now to be 3.5, which is another 16 feet on top of it with a pitched roof. Because everybody's doing a pitched roof, a mansard, or because they can go to the midpoint of the roof. So now you've got a 35-foot building. As of right, we could walk away from this tonight and say, leave it green. You've got a 35-foot building there. You've got a 40-foot building that's going to have a high point of 45 feet, just not on the edge of the building because it'll be a pitched roof, fully compliant with the code. You will never see anything over that. You'll be lucky to see the stars.
At the pedestrian scale, there'll be no difference with this proposed change. You'll have a deflected view of the North Church, which is what we call it from an urban design perspective. You see it, you don't see straight onto the steeple down High Street. You see the side of it a little bit. But with the existing map that's been in place for 7 or 8 years, there will be a building on that corner that would prevent a view from Haven Court. So the change is to make it consistent with what's on the other side of High Street. That's the,
right.
And it's not something that can be perceived at the pedestrian scale. So is there another?
Yep.
You want to go into the next one? Nick?
Sure. What's the next one here? I think I have a third example. Next. Yes. So this is an example of the municipal properties, the Civic being the North Church, the little former bathroom that's a park at the corner of Porter and Church, the South Church, again, Langdon House, Synagogue. So if we go to the next slide, the existing will show you the gaps. They're not actually identified. This is an out parcel with a house on it, so you got gaps all over the map for civic and municipal properties, and we're simply proposing to fill in those gaps with the next slide, showing these pieces being filled in and rubber sheeting them onto the surrounding context. So these are all blue, these are blue, these are green because that's green. So that's the idea with the third part of the zoning map changes, is to address the municipal and civic properties. Next. The fourth and final component of the map is fixing this footnote that's referenced for probably 6 years. 5A 47, there isn't such a thing, it's actually 46. So the next slide shows the remedy, pretty simple. It's really a Scribner error, but we're in here, let's fix it. So those are the four. I think the next slide, we might as well go to it to make sure I'm right. Yeah, now I get into the other components. Are there any other questions related to the map changes that I just went through? And we can come back to them, but are there any before I move on to the next part?
Just quickly, your maps were a little bit different than what was in our packet.
Say it again.
Your maps look to be a little bit different than what was in our packet.
Yeah, and do you want to do that now?
I just wanted to you don't have to explain.
Can you hold that, and I'll come back to it at the end? Remind me.
We're well into 18 next.
Well, the 18 excludes your
Go ahead.
interruptions. So So 2A, and this is a simple one. What we're just trying to do here as a sort of preamble to the building height standards is make it clear to the reader that the HDC has jurisdiction over the maximum building height within the historic district. So just because you can theoretically do a 50 or 60-foot building, if it doesn't fit the context, the HDC has the authorization to require that to be lower. So it's just stating that so people aren't surprised in the process. Not every building that gets built in the historic district is at the absolute maximum height. Sometimes they aren't because they aren't the right fit for the property within the context of the surrounding neighborhood. So the next slide just shows the change of adding in this sort of disclaimer, this notice that when you're in the historic district, you just need to be aware you may not get the maximum from the commission. You're not going to get less than the lower range, but you won't get more than the maximum. Let's go to the next 2B. So for corner or through lots or waterfront lots, there's been, as a result of 1 Congress Street and those guys merging lots, there's been an internal debate as to what the existing code says and how you treat the maximum building height and how you allocate that across multiple streets. So I'll show you an example of what it means. Let's go to next. Well, the language we're proposing to do is some wordsmithing to make sure that the building height standard along a front lot line on a street or a public place, and we've got a new definition in here for public place that didn't exist, but it's a street or a public place, shall apply to the portion of the lot that's 50 feet or less. I've got examples of what that means. The rest of these go through, well, if you're near a water body, this is what you do. If you're more than 50 feet from this is water body again. These all relate to lots that have building heights on more than one side of the lot. So the examples, I think, will make it clearer than trying to go through each line there. Next. So where am I? I'm on Hanover, Autumn, and Hill Streets. This is just an example. So these 3 double-deckers with 12 units are actually owned by one person. And so that's the shape of the lot is in red. Let's go to the next slide. The current building height standards are the 50 feet there and the 40 feet here. So the person comes into staff and says, well, how does that work? You know, can I bring the 50 over here because I'm 50 there? Well, you can't. The preceding page with those 4 separate sections tell you how you allocate a taller building height or a shorter building height across that real estate, across that lot. So let's go to the next slide. So this is how it would work on this property today. If this is 3 stories or 40 feet on these 2 streets, you have to maintain that height. You can't exceed it if you're the owner within 50 feet of those green lines. So this brown line, which is the taller of the 2 colors, it can actually, the owner can only achieve 4 stories or 50 feet inside this smaller box. So that's an example of how it would work on this property. You apportion, otherwise you got to have a means to determine where the dividing line is between one street and another. Let's just go to the next example of the High Street and Haven Court. This is next slide. Whoa, that's not very good. Well, this is the consolidated lot. I don't know what happened here. I apologize. But this is the lot with one Congress added in. There's two or more lots that are merged here, and they have the orange line here and the green line there. We're back to this conversation about 40 feet and 45. So go to the next slide. Hopefully it looks better. Nope, not much. The only place that this owner, in our opinion, using the ABCD that were on that preceding sheet, within 50 feet of that green, it has to stay no taller than 40 feet or 3 stories. The only place the taller portion of the property can bleed into the shorter is 50 feet away from the streets. Does that make sense, what at least it says? Whether it makes sense on the ground, that's another thing. But right now we're protecting. The reason it does this is to protect wherever you are, Hill, Autumn, or Hanover Street in the previous example. When there's a lower building height next to a tall one, the idea is to not have the tall one go over. Imagine State Street and Sheep Street. You got a taller buildings on State Street. You wouldn't want them to just plunk their way onto Sheep Street, which is a much shorter context. But most of those lots go from one street to the next. So we require the first 50 feet on Sheep Street, which is lower, to be maintained as you come towards State. It's imperfect, believe me. This number is probably a little big, the 50. But that's what it is right now. I think we need to explore in the future reducing the step back, because it's a long way from the street edge. You'll never see that building this far away from any street, and 25 feet would probably be adequate. But I didn't change it. I'm just telling you what it says today. Okay, next.
Quick question,
Yep,
Nick, on that.
good. That's the end of that part. Part 2.
You had, at some point, you discussed 25 feet.
I did when I went to the city council, and or when I came back here, and I had 25 in one place and 50 still in another.
Sticking with 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, 25 makes sense to me, but I just tried not to bite off more than I could chew, which I probably haven't achieved. Okay? For now?
For now.
Okay, so I'm going to run into part 3. This one's real quick, so we'll be in part 4 real fast. This is, again, applying dimensional standards to civic properties. Next. So those are what they look like. So all it's doing in the existing language, which is black, is referring to the building placement and form standards for the CD4 district for civic properties. So it creates setbacks, footprints. It doesn't have all the dimensional controls that go with every property that's in the CD4 or 5. It's only building placement and form standards. But it would allow the owners of civic properties to make alterations or additions and know what they have for dimensional controls, because now we have none. Okay, I have an example. So should have come here. I wouldn't have lost my train of thought. So you have your front yard setbacks, your sides, your rear. Anything in the red box is what is referred to. It doesn't get into, what your ground floor use, your open space, your facade modulation length. Those are not picked up for the civic districts. It's just dimensional controls for the height of the building is picked up with the map, the roof types, and then how accessory buildings get placed. The Warner House, as I said, came in and wanted to rebuild an outbuilding, an accessory building that used to be there a long time ago. They did go to the Board of Appeals and then the HDC, and it would have been better if we had dimensional controls in here, because what they were doing was innocuous and good for the property, the program, and the neighborhood. Next. This is the building footprint that they are yet to build, but that's where they're planning to put the building. So it's an example of just like the church next door, joining the rectory to the church, where we need dimensional controls. Okay, I think we're done with 3. Any questions on the civic piece? All right, there'll be questions here. So this is the last section. It's split into 4A, I think, and B. I don't think there's a C. But we want to define public places, because we didn't when we did the initial zoning. We want to clarify the front lot line to, again, deal with this Congress Street problem we ran into in respect to merging lots, and then bringing the higher building height further into a lower building height area, and preventing that. And then we want to modify the building height measurement requirements. So we'll go first. Next, public place, things like the community space that goes into the brick market. The Vaughn Mall is a public place. It's actually not a street. It's not vehicular. Commercial alley. So these are examples of public places where we have building height allocations. The Vaughn Mall on both sides has a building height requirement. It needs to be referenced in the code that these are public places that have building heights on the map. Not every public place has a building height unless it's on a street. So if you have a landlocked, something like the J. Smith Park does have one along State Street, but you're not going to find one on any of the other sides of it. So if you're next to it, there's no building height. It's only on the front street level. Okay, commercial alley has it going in on both sides. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So, again, wordsmithing to make clear what we've been doing for 7 years, which is not letting somebody bring a taller building height into a short neighborhood. That's what we've been doing for 7 years. So Congress Street, that project, they challenged us to say, well, what it says on there without your modified text, we don't agree equals what you've been doing for 7 years. We think we can bring the tall building all the way into that parking lot. We disagree. This is going to firm up our position for the last 7 years. That's the intent. Hopefully it does that. But we're trying to make sure it's very clear that the building height is clear when it's on multiple streets, corner lot, through lot, waterfront lot, that there's a principal front yard, that it deals with the address. But all those street frontages, they matter. Haven Court matters, High Street matters, Congress Street matters. You can't just take the tall one and push it to the back. So those are those three buildings, actually, that were up on Autumn Hill and Hanover. Let's go to the next slide, because I think that's where I went back to the example. This is the same one as before. This is how you allocate it across multiple streets. Again, it's imperfect. It would be weird to have a building here with 3 stories here and 4 stories there. Someone could do it. They probably wouldn't. The whole thing would probably be 3 stories or 3.5. But that's how the code currently works. We're not changing it. It's just an example. We're tightening the language so we can continue to do it the way we're doing. And these are the 50-foot setbacks. So like I said, they could easily be 25, and you'd get the same effect on the sidewalk or the streetscape. Next. Okay, 4B. This is the measuring the building height. So we came in here at the work session, and our initial draft was trying to deal with backfilling. People basically building the first story on the ground and then backfilling it, making it a basement, and then having only a 3-story building. But the existing grade, or the prior grade before this project was done, was down here and was down here. So what we end up getting, if you're in the neighborhood, it doesn't mean in every instance the outcome is bad. But people didn't adopt the zoning expecting this to be able to be done so easily. These are all outside the historic district, so there isn't that paragraph that we can use to drive it down. These are all as-of-right heights. So what we had at our work session a couple of weeks ago was, I think, a remedy of going from the finished grade back to the existing grade to prevent as much filling as we're seeing on some of these lots. But the question that came up, that was an excellent one from a couple of planning board members, was how are you going to deal with cuts, not fills? So if you've got a property with a hill on it and you lop the hill off, if you're going to go with the existing grade, now they can build, a story or 2 higher just because they've got credit for what they removed. So I spent way more time than I thought I would have needed to come up with a remedy. You haven't even seen it yet because I couldn't get it when the packet went out, but I'm going to just walk you through it, and we're starting a conversation. Whether we're at the finish line or not, you'll determine that. Next. So this was what I presented 2 weeks ago, is a new definition for the existing grade, which is essentially the exact same definition of the existing finished grade. This grade plane, everything in black is already in the zoning ordinance, and it means finished grade. This is finished ground level. So this is how building height is currently measured in Portsmouth. You take the finished grade. So whatever you start with doesn't matter. It's what you finish with. And you go around the building every 5 feet, 6 feet off. You take a measurement to the top of the building, depending on the roof type. If it's flat, gambrel, pitched, mansard, they all have different measurement points. You take your measurements every 5 feet around, you average them up, you get an average grade plane. That's this. This allows you to bring in fill to raise your grade. So we added a definition for existing, simply to say, hey, it's the same thing, except instead of going to finished, you're at existing. So go to the next slide. So that was here last meeting. The difference between last meeting and this meeting is essentially these two lines here, the A and the B. So we've got a lower reference, so you got to measure the height of the building, and I just told you how it works. You got to find the lower spot and you got to find the upper spot. The upper spot's dependent on the type of roof you've got, flat, sloped, mansard, gambrel. The lower is going to be either the existing grade before you start your project or the finished grade when you finish your project, whichever's lower. So if you cut, you don't get a credit. If you fill, you don't get a credit. So you've got a parallel plane. That engineer has to go around that building every 5 feet, 6 feet off, take a measurement, and determine whether the lower reference point is the prior grade or the proposed grade, and whichever's lower is what goes into that ultimate average. So that's essentially what I came up with, looking at a lot of codes, and some of them are far more complicated than this. Far more complicated. That probably do a better job and catch 99% of unintended outcomes, but I think this hopefully will get us into the 90s, where we're now below 50 because we're stuck with the finished being the way it's derived. So that's the big change, and I'm not sure I've got it fully right, but you're going to tell me, and maybe we need more time. Let's go to the next slide. So again, if you have a site that's sloped and this is cut out, or another example, this is filled with a retaining wall, the building height's going to come along the finished grade is here because they're getting rid of all this earth and building a wall. So the numbers, instead of being up at the existing grade or the prior grade, they're going to come along here like this, and instead of going along here, they're going to go down along the lower, which is the existing. So that reference point, the lower reference point, would be like that on this particular piece of land. Okay, well, there are a lot of graphics online, and I struggled to find one quickly while you were in your fourth agenda item tonight, and this is the best I could come up with. Next. Okay, so I'm moving away from that for a minute. Do we want to ask any questions on the building height measurement before I just talk about mansards? Which is
I think it's pretty technical stuff. Did anybody have any questions?
Yeah, it doesn't mean I got it right. Yeah, I get you need.
We're really pushing that 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
How many more slides you got, Nick?
Not many, but
How many?
Look, it was 11:20 when I got here last time. I'm almost done.
I'm going to cut you off before 11:20.
Okay. So this isn't unimportant. The mansard roofs. We just want to clarify that when you have, I went through this last time, there's no change here, except to be clear that when you have a hip-top mansard roof which has multiple roof planes like this one, you don't measure to the top of the roof, you measure to the midpoint, and this will make it consistent with the next slide, which is what's already in our code right here. And you measure a hip-top mansard to the midpoint, and a flat top you measure to the top. So again, we're trying to be consistent and encourage these kinds of roofs and discourage these kinds of roofs. Next. This is new. Well, I was in here doing all this mind-numbing thinking about how do I resolve cuts and fills. It just kept coming back to me that, you know, at the HDC, every other project struggles, as does the design team representing the builder, that right now you can only have a parapet wall be 2 feet higher than the roof. And we've got generally large buildings that get built in Portsmouth, but certainly the north end. They're bigger than the traditional smaller buildings, and that is what it is. That's the economics of the situation. But 2 feet does not allow you to take a long building and articulate that roof line very well. And if you've got like a hotel with an entrance, or you've got an office building with a big entrance, normally you would see in the first 300 years of our architectural tradition, you'd see a bump up where the main entrance to the building is, or the middle of the building. You can't do that here without a variance. And that tower you saw on the Provident Bank on Maplewood, that actually houses about 8 condenser units inside it, they needed a variance to do that. And I'd like to think we could come up with a taller feature to go on the buildings in a very discrete area without sending somebody. People don't want flat buildings in Portsmouth. Well, we're getting flat buildings. We could make them a little less flat if we had the ability to poke up above the roof with either a tower element like the Provident or a taller parapet wall like the Athenaeum, which has the swooping wall. So anyway, I put that in there for food for thought, I guess. I think it's a good idea, but that came from me. Next, examples. This is the best they can do. That's about a 2-foot parapet. And it's not horrible, but it's all they can do. There's, you know, and I'm not saying this is the Taj Mahal, but that was a feature, a skyline feature for that building, and it needed variances to be there. Okay, next. These are other, you know, it'd be kind of cool to be able to do something like that, or a taller parapet, or, you know, what was traditionally done. You can't do that now. It's too tall above the flat roof. Okay, next. Hey, I'm done.
Yes.
Speechless, huh?
That's one word for it.
Andrew, dare ask you a question?
Yeah, in very short order, have we, has the city utilized shadow studies or massing studies to determine some of those height indifferences?
No.
Do we think that maybe we can start utilizing them?
We use shadow studies to review new buildings, but we don't use them, we didn't use them in 2015 to develop the map. So there really wouldn't be, unless you wanted to go through and redo the whole map. No, I'm not saying you're suggesting that. But the place you want to use the shadow studies is when somebody wants to build something. There's no point in doing it for stuff that already exists. And we do use it. We have a 3D massing model, and it has, we take graphics files from the design team. We insert them into the city model, and then the city model has the ability to do the shadow studies throughout the whole year. So that's the value added, the new stuff.
Reason being is not only the Haven Court and Congress Street building, but also now the Cabot House and some other buildings that are in this downtown corridor, as they are abutting pedestrian alleyways, and we want pedestrians to use those throughout the entire day. Sometimes shadows and lack of sunlight would prevent or preclude people from being able to do that. So the shadow study would tell us ahead of time, hey, maybe this 5 feet does make a difference, or maybe it does not. And so we don't know, I don't know that personally, but nonetheless, it may give us another utility and resource tool in our tool belts here to make better informed decisions.
And we have that tool, and we use that tool.
Yeah,
and that project, as well as any others, not only is the applicant doing shadow studies, we have the ability to do it ourselves and compare our data with theirs.
We asked about that, or I asked about it at the last meeting, but it's not a simple thing?
Which isn't?
To doing 3D massing, which is a preamble to doing a shadow study?
What's not simple, though?
To get the 3D massing. We talked about that. You said it was DPW had to do it, and it was...
Well, I don't know. I don't remember saying it was really difficult. Jamie in the Public Works Department does it. The HDC will say to somebody like Mark McNabb, we want to get your graphics file and put it in the City Engine software. Jamie can do that relatively fast. He does it regularly. He's never complained. I'd say, I think maybe what I said to you, Rick, is we need to be more diligent, both in my department and, meaning me, and the HDC to ask for it more, so we get it to Jamie and not wait too late in the process to get that data file and then decisions have been made. But that's more on me and the HDC, and more me than them, to get that working better. But all those graphics files, everybody's using at least SketchUp, and that works. So it's not hard to get the data in. It's asking for it.
Reason I bring it up in particular is due to the green lines and brown lines are great, but only tell me so much, and having additional dimension or perception to those models would be very, very helpful.
Yep.
Really hard to see.
And what I can tell you is the height of every building that's out there. We have a database. I can't do it standing here, but I have a database.
Certain that you can.
So
Give me a break.
and that's helpful. Come on over, Peter, I'll tell you. I'll show you.
We've got, we have a public hearing tonight, so
Yep.
but what you presented, some of what you presented is some fairly technical definitions and whatnot, and you have 3 engineers, an architect at least, and some developer, and, a lot of expertise up here. I'm not sure if I didn't absorb all of it. I'm still thinking about some of it. I don't know if everybody else is really comfortable with it yet. We are.
Good.
Yeah, I suspect you are. You've been living with this.
No, but I'm good. There's no urgency if people need time to review this. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion? Or do we have to wait till
We
after
have to
the
have a
public
public
hearing?
hearing. So, but we have, any more questions for Nick?
Real quick. So Nick, I thought I had this figured out, but is your intent, when we do the building height, a flat plane? Like currently, the current finished grade, it's a flat plane that's basically being calculated, and then you add another flat plane. Is it the way, when you described and you had the drawing up, could we have a plane like this and then come up 50 feet or whatever to a plane like
Still
that?
going to be a flat plane
Still
going
flat.
around the building 5 feet off and taking the measurements of either from existing or proposed grade.
I had the same 3 points determine a plane. Multiple points 6 feet around a building on a variable height don't determine a plane, they determine multiple planes. So that's something else I wanted to.
So you add them up and average, you get a flat plane.
Right, I guess that's,
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I
we'll
just want-
talk about
let's
it.
talk about it. I think,
okay.
I don't want to do it at 10:35.
Yeah.
And that's fine too. I didn't know if it was going to influence.
That's how we do it
public
now.
Comment or not. Yes, and I just was curious, are we sticking with the flat or are we tilting things?
Flat.
Okay.
It is way past 10:18.
Yes, Jane?
I think my question is actually of you, and I apologize, everybody, because, I missed the May 5th session, but I just want to understand the purpose of this. Like, I understand, Nick, that you said that the parabit part is your origination. Other than that part, what is the rationale for doing this? Because I see that we're only looking at a certain proposed areas of building height in looking at this. We're not looking at the whole city. So what is the rationale? Why are we doing this limited exercise? And how is it part of a bigger strategy?
You want me to take it?
I'll fill in if you.
So Land Use Committee came up with 3 different phases of different zoning we're going to be looking at different times. This is phase 1, which is strictly some code cleanup, unintended consequences, the things that have happened over the last handful of years. These things have come up, so we're now cleaning up the code so that those definitions are clear, so people aren't. So we're, as he talked about, the 50-foot back, the 2 streets, we're getting people who are interpreting that in ways we didn't intend them to do so. So we're cleaning up the language to make sure things are interpreted the way we intended them to be done. So this is what we consider a true code cleanup, that there are things that people are interpreting things to be that wasn't what we intended it to be. So we're trying to make sure we properly define. We're trying to make sure that grade and measurements are all properly defined so that from a legal standpoint, everything is properly handled. That's all this is. That's why it's so finite to some specific areas, in order to make sure that we're hitting the things that have come up through several applications over many years, shall we say. The second phase, we have multiple phases. So the other phases, we'll start to look at some of the other stuff throughout the year. But this is just the initial one, which is truly just trying to make things more clear and extremely well-defined so that they're getting rid of a loophole. You'll think of that in the law. You know, people find loopholes. We're trying to get rid of what people might see as a loophole in some of our measurements, our grades, that sort of thing. Does that help?
And to make subsequent phases that come forward more effective and to achieve the desired results subsequent phases.
And the map has some missing parts, so
Right,
just
missing
filling in
parts.
the.
Because when I look at this, I thank you, I appreciate that as like a background here, but when I look at this and I think about a strategy forward that the planning board might be very interested in, my question is, okay, like we have, you know, the 4 stories, as you were pointing out, that makes them candidates for 5th stories in the overlay districts, and we will probably, for which we will probably get common space because no one seems to elect affordable housing or workforce housing. So I would like to see on top of this, I'm just going to say this, I don't know if this is the moment or whatever, but in terms of a strategy going forward, to really look at what we got for the 5-story buildings that we have. Like, in other words, have your, I'm going to say 3D version of this, along with, for those buildings that are 5 stories, how much the city actually got. So we can see, is this strategy working, or do we want to maybe like take another look at this in terms of planning?
So I could just quickly respond to that,
Okay.
I did a presentation in front of the former city council, I think in November, of that very same topic, and can send you, I'll dig it out.
I would love it.
Yeah.
Well, and the incentives part is part of phase 3 that we're looking at in a handful of
Of the
months.
phase 3 that's written on
In
the
the work
5
plan.
page. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And just to summarize, it's
Just in
all.
stages.
It's primarily procedural cleanups.
Yeah.
And the 4 substantive changes that I see in this first packet are the map change to Hill Street, because we're changing it from 50 to 40, and High and Haven. That's a substantive change, right? It's not just a cleanup, it's a substantive change. So there's 2 map changes. Changing how we calculate or measure building height is a substantive change that affects the whole city. And then the parapet thing I added in is a substantive change, which can stay or go. But
Got it.
everything else is pretty minor, meaning it's a cleanup.
Greg, you
Not
have a
unimportant.
Question. The agenda says, hold a public hearing and consider a recommendation to city council. Well, this is a half-baked cake. We can't recommend to city council tonight. That we wouldn't even consider it, and I'll make a motion that we don't. But well, what's our goal right now?
We have to make recommendations to council. Those recommendations could be more study. Those recommendations could be, we need to think about things more, or it could be that we need to think about things before we make those recommendations.
Exactly. So that will be my motion
So-
after our hearing.
But
Thank you.
we have to have a public hearing.
All right.
So is the board ready for public hearing? I'm going to open the public hearing.
Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. Yes.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Any members of the public here speak to, for, or against this?
I wish I had that in my brain. That guy's got it.
Hi, I'm Kim Rogers. I'm with GL Rogers and Company, Inc. We manage Foundry Place LLC and Deer Street Associates. I'm also a resident, live at 579 Sagamore. We just heard about this zoning and thought it was further along than it is. We put together a letter sort of addressing some of our concerns because we have a development, proposed development that has had site plan approval, amended site plan approval, and has a permit. And the changes in zoning, especially on Hill Street, affect that project. So if you don't mind, I got 10 copies here. You guys already have it. All right, great. Thank you, Nick. So two things I want to talk about. One is Hill Street, and I'll try to keep this brief. The letter says a lot. I just want to cover a couple of things. And if you go to page 2 of that is 2 photos. And you're familiar with Autumn Street. It's sort of on the corner of the 3 fourplexes. And this is a photograph of the garage on a somewhat foggy evening. So sorry it's blurry, but that's just the way it was. And so you can see this is a fairly imposing structure. You got the stair tower and you got the lights on the top of the garage. It actually lights up the neighborhood pretty good. And then conversely, we have from the roof of the garage, we have a picture of Lot 6, which is 89/99 Foundry Place, and the 3 fourplexes and the 1 sixplex on the other side of that lot. And so we kind of looked at this back in 2015, 14. There was a charrette. They analyzed this area and they were like, let's build something that sort of helps screen the neighborhood from the municipal garage. I mean, it's a very nice municipal garage, but it sheds a lot of light, noise. There's the train behind it. Let's have something that's more of a barrier. So this sort of illustrates, I mean, these 3 fourplexes are not little buildings, right? They're pretty good-sized buildings, and then you've got the 6plex next to it. And so our 4-story building kind of steps down, that we've proposed, steps down to this 3-story and these 2-story buildings. All right, so, and you've got the municipal garage, which is 5 stories plus roof deck parking and street lights, which is what you see here. So it's a very imposing structure. And we just feel like the Hill Street should stay brown. It doesn't make sense for us to start having to chop the building. And it was at one point stepped. It was 1.5 stories. We knocked it down. And it had some stepping. We eliminated the stepping because of cost of construction and just keeping it squared and flat made it a lot more economic to build. And that's only become more the case as we've moved on and costs have increased with time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was height and how you measure it. One of the things that we've seen in our area is that we're within the resilient floodplain, right? So for the city, for example, when they went to build the municipal garage, they filled a couple of feet, give or take, around the garage, raised it up, and built a 60-foot garage on top of that. If it was going to be measured today, it would probably be considered, or under what is proposed, it would probably be considered a 62-foot building or maybe 63 feet because the original grade was down. Do you want to discourage the city or anybody else building in the resilient floodplain area from raising their building up, from raising the grades? I don't think so, because you want everybody, and in some cases I think they're even required to lift up their site and to lift up their building. So that's something to be considered. I don't know if this is true or not, because I haven't had a chance to check it, but somebody told me that Rye has a similar measuring system for height as far as going off of the pre-existing grade plane. But they have an exception for areas that are within their resilient floodplain area. And when I talk about that, it's the study that was done a number of years ago, for the 100-year flood, resiliency. So that's the other thing. So you might want to look at that if that's true. I didn't have a chance to confirm that, but it might be something where you don't want to discourage people from lifting buildings up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tom Ballin, 233 Vaughn Street. I'll be less than 30 seconds, I hope, hearing this for the first time. Wanted to point out one inconsistency and one concern. The inconsistency is you're allowed to put a 2-foot cornice on a building by right. You're allowed to have your stairwell and elevator exceed the building 10 feet by right. Nick has just proposed that we can put towers in the corner of the building and want something more than 2 feet. But in the regulation, a penthouse in a building setback 15 feet that you cannot see is allowed 2 feet. So we would really like to see penthouse allowance somewhere in the 4 to 6 foot range. You still wouldn't be able to see it, but it would alleviate the need to get a variance for our project and others. The concern is, I think we would agree, Mr. Chairman, that if the Zoning Board of Adjustment grants a variance, just some other project, whatever you want to, that the HDC would not have the power to revoke that variance. But what Nick has proposed in Section 2, I believe, is giving HDC the power to revoke height that's allowed by right in the ordinance. And I find that problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody? We have Zoom? Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Robin Husledge. I live at 27 Rock Street in the Islington Creek neighborhood, which is just a few streets over from Hill Street. Our neighborhood is pretty much, 2-story homes, many single family, and the fourplexes, are like 2.5 stories, right on, the back onto Hill Street there. I am speaking in favor of the proposed change to Hill Street from the Brown height, which is 2 to 4 stories or 50 feet max, to the green height, 2 to 3 stories and 40 feet max. This is a neighborhood where 50-foot buildings do not belong across the street from 2-story single-family homes. In addition, I feel the North End Incentive Overlay District should be removed from Islington Creek because it's not the North End, from Bridge Street all the way down towards the West End. Again, a 50-foot building, which this overlay district would allow, does not belong in a neighborhood full of mostly 2-story single-family homes. This overlay district allows buildings to be upwards of 30,000 square feet, as well as providing a reduction in parking requirements. And this is in a neighborhood that struggles with enough parking as it is. Keeping this North End Incentive Overlay District in the Islington Creek part of the West End will promote demolition of these old single-family homes and be replaced with 50-foot tall buildings with 30,000 square foot footprints. Our neighborhood will change from being full of quaint family homes to large apartment and condo buildings because this overlay district will allow it to happen. Please reconsider having this North End Overlay District in our West End neighborhood. It doesn't belong there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Anybody else in the audience? I'm going to close the public hearing.
Can I say something?
You can.
Quickly.
Yeah, your staff.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to the last speaker, unless I misheard her comments, the overlay district for the North End, it stops at Heineman. It doesn't go into the Islington Creek neighborhood towards the West End. That's important for her and others to know. We're obviously not changing any of the overlay district tonight.
It goes up to Rock Street.
Yeah, Rock Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but that's the extent of the overlay district. And there are no homes that are left in it. They were on Lot 6. So I got the impression she was thinking it's larger than it is. There are no single-family homes in the overlay district. Just want to put that out there. Otherwise, the comments are good. The importance for the parapet, the piece I put in there, it's not got anything to do with penthouses. It's got everything to do with uninhabitable spaces to create decorative skyline elements on a building. So I'm not advocating, and I doubt I would, to bring habitable penthouse spaces somehow into that paragraph. It's really about projections. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks for giving me the moment to do that. And obviously, the assumption we've made, as it's important for Kim Rogers to hear it here tonight, because it was said 2 weeks ago, the assumption we've made in looking at Hill Street and changing that to green is that those folks have a building permit and they're fully vested. So most properties in Portsmouth are non-conforming for something. It doesn't make them unmarketable, doesn't make them unfinanceable. If they have a vested project, which is the assumption we have, then this has no impact unless they decide to redesign their project. Then yes, it would have to change. But that's the working assumption we've had in writing this, because we're certainly not trying to penalize them. They've got a project, they just need to build it. And with the respect to the vision plan, the big buildings, Hill Street wasn't 60 feet or 50 plus the 10 to screen any lights on the garage. In fact, the images shown in the vision plan are 3- and 4-story buildings on that side of Foundry Place. What we were trying to build is a vibrant urban neighborhood on Foundry Place, not build the same scale buildings as the parking garage on Hill Street. And theirs isn't as big as the parking garage, but the green, which is 50 feet with the 10 feet added, we think is more than adequate for the site. Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Might I make a suggestion? Is that possible?
I think Mr. Mahana had a motion pending, but
I'd like to just make a suggestion, not a motion, because there's been a lot of additions and last-minute changes that we know have just happened, that we continue the review, and if we can reopen the public hearing, we can keep the public hearing open so that our next meeting, we could actually then take additional public hearing, and it would give all the members a chance to digest the information before we make a recommendation. That's just a suggestion. We've done it before, that's why I'm making that suggestion. I know it's possible.
Need to reopen the public hearing and then continue the public hearing to a date certain.
Yeah,
we could continue to a date certain.
you can, and that way we can take more public input at that time, once people have a chance to digest all these
Were you
changes.
thinking at the next regular meeting, or were you thinking a special meeting?
I was thinking the next regular meeting, unless people want to come meet more. I mean, I'm here all the time. Do you want to come join me? It's up to you all.
I think you had a motion.
Well, not if the public hearing's still open.
Well, he closed it, so you have to reopen it.
You would have to
Reopen
reopen
it.
Okay, well, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we table any actions on the zoning amendments, and I ask that this board receive 3D modeling, overhead imaging, and any other visual work product duly labeled to help this board prepare these proposed amendments for city council. I was shocked. Okay, sorry.
No,
That was the
you said
motion. Discussion
3D
after.
modeling was
Yes.
part of that?
Yep.
Is there a second to that?
I second it.
Second that.
So I Googled Portsmouth 3D modeling and found it on a planning board site. Why didn't I know about that? It was very useful in trying to evaluate at least the Rudy's site, but the modeling doesn't exist for the new garage. I think we need that. Every single presentation that was given tonight included aerial photos, whether they be satellite or drone, with things superimposed on them so you can see what the heck it is. We had one-dimensional drawings. I mean, I literally submitted an application to the Rochester Planning Board yesterday, and I was asked to do overhead photos with things superimposed on it. I think the work is great. I think the idea is great. The idea of cleaning up is perfect, but we're contemplating actual changes, and I think there's a conflict in trying to give Mark McNabb a gift of 5 feet while there's a pending application for a building on that spot. It's his job to ask us for that 5 feet, not our job to give it to him. That's why I think we need much more time to work with this.
I hesitate to talk about a specific application. I think there's a difference of opinion on that with the landowner and staff. And, you know, in fact, it's a pending disagreement. So, be that as it may, you know, the idea, I've got a question. How much of a burden to staff is this request?
Go ahead. And also, Nick, if you could request the specificity of, as it relates to
Well,
what questions.
That's the only way
Yeah.
it could ever be answered. So what I would propose, because the substantive changes we're talking about are in respect to building height, only on Hill Street and only on Haven Court and High Street, that we will get the proposed building from the applicant, insert it in the model, and you can look at it. And we'll, for Hill and Haven and High, I'll see what I can find, because we only have what we have when it's when it's designed by a third party. So Hill Street will be a little trickier, but you saw a building in the handout from Kim Rogers tonight that has a 3D model of the building they want to build. So I can at least show you that, which will not comply or comport with the green line, but it's close.
But you're mixing the two things I said. I love the cleanup. I love the cleaning up the zoning regulations and stuff, but making substantial changes to height allowances shouldn't be put in the same cake mix as cleanup.
Well, whether you pull them into two separate buckets or not, doesn't matter. The question still needs to be answered to staff. What do you want for the second bucket? And what I'm suggesting I can get you for the second bucket, which is the substantive changes,
And
not
that's
the
fine with the
cleanup.
3D modeling, but I
Yeah,
also ask for visual aerials on all the other stuff because pink, green, brown lines aren't subjective enough. I mean, we learned so much by walking around that site today.
So what I will do is send you a link to the 3D model, which is the only, for the whole city, because you're talking about.
It doesn't include the new garage. I already looked.
Okay, I'll find what I'll find what I can find for Foundry Place and Hill Street. But in respect to all the civic buildings, the municipal properties, you're going to have to look at the model that's online and find your way around it.
If I could just maybe cut, I asked how much of a burden the staff, it sounds like you can do Hill Street, you can do
Foundry.
High Haven, you can do Foundry with whatever you've got there.
We
I don't
probably
know.
have a lot from the same candidate.
On Hill Street, could you just put a rectangle, two different
Yeah.
size rectangles, maybe?
To show the 40 and the 50.
I mean, ultimately, it'd be nice to have a 3D model of the whole thing, but that's beyond.
Yeah, we are not
beyond
going to
this
make a
request, I
3D
think.
model.
The part of your request I'm not understanding, Greg, is the aerial.
Just simple. It's like a Google Maps with the changes superimposed over top of it.
So how is that different than the color map?
You can see context. That wasn't a color map. That was a black and white map with colored lines.
So an aerial background
Yeah.
of, okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
the
I didn't-
lines superimposed on an aerial background? Okay,
Oh,
yes,
that's easy.
That's easy.
Yeah, okay, so that,
Visual representation,
That's easy.
not boxes with.
so limited 3D.
Yep. Orthophoto with the color on it.
Lines superimposed on an aerial background. Sounds reasonable to me.
Tomorrow.
Don't say that.
Don't
say that.
Don't say
Actually,
that.
almost tomorrow.
Are there,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there are other questions that they would like us to be specifically prepared for regarding the packet? You know, Nick had it broken down into 4 sections. Is there other sections that are still problematic? There's definitions, you may recall. The civic buildings, I don't know if there are questions about civic buildings or unassigned buildings, if all that's very clear with definitions, changes. That, I think, might have been, okay, I think that was an area also that we could focus on.
And it wasn't really clear on the agenda what we were working on tonight. It seemed like we were looking at part 1, not all 4.
No, this is just part 1.
Okay,
phase
good,
1.
good.
No,
Good.
she means difference between the 4 part.
Right.
Make sure it's clear what
4
you just
parts of
said.
phase 1 is
Yeah.
what
Four
it
parts of
Thank you.
phase 1.
But then there were,
These 4 parts fit into phase 1.
absolutely.
Okay.
Building
Absolutely.
definitions, I'd like to have
Yes.
continue the three-way conversation, Corey,
With Corey.
myself, and you. Now, Joe, do you want to join in on that?
Yes.
Really?
Yep. Really.
Can I just ask about the civic buildings? I don't think I'm totally, so you're just capturing what already is
Yes.
for civic buildings, right?
Yes.
When it comes to churches, I'm not sure how you're determining how many stories it is as it goes into steeples beyond.
They're non-conforming. So there's no assessment to say, okay, that's an 85-foot building, let's make it 85. It's just, it's less for the building height, more for the dimensional controls of setbacks, connectors, stuff on the ground. They're all protected, you know.
Because they're already non-conforming.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank
We
you.
have a motion, we have a second.
We needed a date certain,
We need a date certain to add to that.
June 16th?
Is that our
Yes.
next meeting?
Yes.
June 16th?
I say our next meeting.
Did you reopen?
We need to give the date to June 16th.
Do we reopen the public hearing tonight for that, or reopen it then?
No, you need to reopen it now so it
then-
maintains.
Okay, I'm going to reopen the public hearing now, and now let's continue to a date,
Right.
June 16th.
Yep.
I'll second that motion.
Well,
I can't motion. I
He
can't.
can't
Beth made it, right?
You can make the
No,
motion.
Beth, didn't you make it?
Sure, yeah, I made the motion.
I'll second it.
Stephanie texted me.
We get an
So
updated presentation.
we've got a
too.
motion and a second to continue to June 16th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I
We are
see.
continued. Now we have Greg's motion.
Just to request more information.
As
My
we
bad.
discussed with Nick,
And that
Any other-
updated presentation, too.
Or just the additional information,
additional information.
not the whole presentation.
Well, I can get rid of the old one then.
Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are now going to say we're adjourned for the evening.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Home, Sharon, I.
Aye.